Part 14. I love the Demon Lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Ji Shi Shui Bao Ao. Chapter 132. Nai Zheng, right. His Royal Highness announces that you are gone. Icy killing intent flashed across Lin Mo's eyes, and with a twist of his wrist, a beam of golden light shot out from the palm of his hand, knocking the big disciple of Shurahal behind him into the air hundreds of feet, and fell into the pool behind among. Humph, but a boy in the alchemy period, dare to challenge my highness. Lin Mo sneered, then, looking at the trembling younger sister in front of him, he said softly, "Don't be afraid, Xian Xian. It's me. It's brother San Huang. Brother Three Emperors." Looking at the intact emperor brother in front of him, Lin Xian Xian was shocked. Tremblingly said, "Brother Huang, you shouldn't have already." "Damn. Silly sister. Don't be afraid. I'm alive." Lin Mo laughed and said, "It was Mu Sheng who saved me. Master is here." Lin Xiangxian's beautiful eyes froze. Indeed, if Brother Huang mentioned other possibilities, she would definitely not believe it. But if it's that one, Master Shizan, who is the leader of the righteous path, will act. It might not be impossible to bring the dead back to life. Brother Huang. Xian Xian is sorry for you. Xian Xian didn't protect you well. In an instant, endless shame filled Lin Xiangxian's heart, and she knelt down in front of the emperor's brother crying loudly. "It's okay, you are my most beloved sister, brother, how can I bear to blame you?" Lin Mo shook his head, and then his eyes suddenly became fierce. "If you want to blame, blame Bai Qingling, who is not right with his disciple Lixu. Fen Lixu. Don't worry, Xian Xian. I will be killed after I am reborn from Nirvana. That old devil." The words just came out. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and found something. "I saw a lifelike portrait of a character on my sister's lap." And this portrait, he had seen it once before on his sister's embroidery bed. It was the full-body portrait of that old white devil. And so naked. The muscle lines are drawn so well that he hates and envies him. "Slim, you won't really talk to that white old devil?" Lin Mo took a deep breath, looked at his sister with a broken face, and waited for her answer. "Brother Huang, you really underestimate Xian Xian." Lin Xian Xian quietly snatched the portrait from Brother Huang's hand. Immediately, a beautiful and delicate face became murderous. "Let's not mention that I am entrusted by my lord. That old white devil tried every means to humiliate me. I wish he would die immediately, and then trampled on his body flesh until. Speaking of this, I don't know what picture comes to mind." The little princess with golden branches and jade leaves suddenly blushed, and a pair of jade hands unconsciously slid along her thighs too. Just when she was intoxicated by a certain emotion and couldn't extricate herself. Brother Wang's loud laughter came from her ear, which woke her up. "Great. Slim. My sons and daughters of the Lin family should be so bloody." Lin Mojun's eyes flickered, and he looked at his sister approvingly. "With your words, Brother Huang can rest assured. This time, you and my brother and sister are united, and we will surely fulfill Mu Sheng's great entrustment and tear that old white demon into pieces." After finishing speaking, he suddenly remembered something. "But having said that, Xian Xian, why are you staying here?" Lin Xian Xian lowered her head and said, "It was the white old devil who asked me to stay here. As for him and those disciples, I don't know where they went. They must have gone to the post house in Shuiyu City, right? They went to the palace of Queen Yin." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes were sharp. "How did the emperor know?" Lin Xian Xian suddenly raised her head and said. Lin Mo said, "Don't forget, the palace of Queen Yin was built by sect master Ji alone, with a lot of eyeliner inside and out. Before the start of today's Demon Dao conference, that old white demon has been retreating in the palace. I see. Lin Xianxian took a deep breath and said, Brother Huang, are you following them? Yes. Lin Mo said, Mu Sheng asked me to follow Bai Qingling and observe his movements today, but this person is insidious and cunning, I dare not get too close, but even so, I was still caught. Did someone find out? By whom? Could it be Bai Qingling's apprentice? Lin Xianxian opened her eyes wide. Ahem, don't mention this. Lin Mo waved his hand, and couldn't help asking, by the way, Xianxian, did the devil touch you? It's not convenient for you to tell Brother Huang about this. Lin Xianxian blushed. Indeed. If I told this imperial brother that after I was tied up by the devil, the other party just humiliated me with his hands, and let her stick that shameful magic sticker. Brother Huang must be furious and explode completely, right? You girl. What is inconvenience? Lin Mo frowned, blushed and said, I'm your brother. You and I are connected by blood. What can't be said? Let's talk about it. He sighed lightly, Brother Huang has thought about it, Mu Sheng is right, how can it be possible to get rid of this unparalleled evil without sacrifice? I am a descendant of the royal family of the Lin family, the Son of Heaven, and it is only right for me to dedicate myself to the righteous way. Oh. Lin Xianxian thought for a while, and out of some strange psychology, said, my sister has done it with that old white devil, and she has done it many times. She said. In my mind, I recalled that day in the cabin, when the devil hugged his big apprentice, kissed and fused together, and frantically merged. And, she automatically replaced that woman with herself. However, what she didn't expect was. After hearing her words, the elder brother, who was still arrogant before, died down instantly, and knelt on the ground. Old devil Bai. I won't kill you. I swear not to be human. Brother Huang, please calm down. Lin Xianxian hurriedly changed the subject and said, by the way, Brother Huang, what are your plans for the future? Have. Lin Mo said word by word, Mu Sheng said it. Today's Demon Dao conference is open, and Bai Qingling will not go to the scene, but will go to a certain place in the holy land of Hehuan sect to retrieve a certain treasure. And the mission entrusted to me by Mu Sheng is. Stop him at all costs. Brother Huang, Xianxian has a question. Lin Xianxian said, then Bai Qingling is suspicious and his whereabouts are secretive. How can you judge where he sneaked into? Sect Master Ji has already arrived. Lin Mo said, Sect Master Ji, you have already placed the most secret photo stones in various places in the Holy Land in advance. Once Bai Qingling appears, Sect Master Ji will notify me. No one knows our Holy Land better than Sect Master Ji. With his help, Brother Huang will definitely be able to take the first step and intercept Hu Bai Qingling's treasure. Do you believe it? Xianxian. The third prince of Dachu had handsome eyes, and looked at his sister expectantly. Lin Xianxian bit her lips, but did not answer directly, brother, do you know? Just 2 days ago, a primordial monster from the ancient times attacked this black dragon chariot, but in the end it was used by Bai Qingling. The formation scares away. Humph. What are you telling the imperial brother to do? Do you think that your imperial brother can't win against Bai Qingling with the support of Sect Master Ji and Mu Sheng? After Lin Mo finished speaking with some dissatisfaction, he took back the portrait in his sister's hand and tore it to pieces. Xianxian. Brother, I see that you were completely intimidated by that Bai Qingling, and you are about to lose yourself. Brother Huang can't just watch you sink like this. Forget it. Today's action. You are with me. Brother, I want you to witness with your own eyes, the appearance of that Bai Qingling treasure being cut off by me, impotent and furious. Lin Xiangxian's beautiful eyes widened. Boom. With the door of the Holy Land of the Hehuan sect located in the hinterland of the Yunyang Mountains, it was opened. The 8 demon sect delegations who came to participate in the meeting this time, as well as some well-known demon cultivators in Dongtu, filed in with excitement. Or fly in the sky, or drive a magic weapon flying boat, and ride a spirit horse. In the dark crowd, there are 3 figures that are extremely eye-catching. Walking in the middle was a tall, burly, pale-skinned handsome man in a black robe. I saw the man holding a huge black umbrella, surrounded by 2 young beauties, one tall and one short. Oddly enough, the 3 people with gorgeous appearance walked on the mountain road so ostentatiously, but they didn't attract any people to stop and watch. Wow! It's so lively. It's been a long time since I saw such a big scene. Senseinger looked around excitedly. Master. Sister. Look. There is also a half-man, half-horse monster over there. Don't talk nonsense, Seinger. Feng Lixia frowned. That is the suzerain of the Blood Beast sect, Shi Gang. Oh, that's how it is. Senseinger nodded. Then what about that guy riding on a zombie over there? That's the sect master of the Yin Corpse Gate, Fan Mo. Seeing that master didn't say anything to stop her, Feng Lixia continued. Wow! Senior Sister Lixia, I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the 8 great demon sects after you haven't been in Dongtu for a long time. You're amazing. Senseinger gave a thumbs up sincerely. Okay, little junior sister, calm down a bit. Master's divine machine Yunyuan umbrella, although it can hide your body and breath, if you are a suzerain level powerhouse, you can still find you, little guy. As for me and Master, we have Taekuli and it's nothing to worry about with the breath technique close by. While talking, Feng Lixia pressed the little head of the junior sister who was looking around into her arms. At this moment, standing by the side of Master's tall demon body, holding the little junior sister in her arms, she felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. This feeling. It's like a loving couple with their own children. Thinking of the moment when Master poured great love into herself, a blush suddenly appeared on the cheeks of Feng Lixia's glamorous sister Yu. That's right. Although this may be a secret between me and Master, I can't tell it in this lifetime, but at least from the moment Master bestowed the energy of great love on me, he recognized me as a second identity besides disciple. So, in a sense, I am not only Senior and Lingian's senior sister, but also the head of Yuluo Palace. From now on, I must protect Senior. Said so to myself. Feng Lixia held her junior sister's little hand more intimately. But found out. This innocent little junior sister unexpectedly lifted off the master's magic robe in a rebellious manner, half of her body, and got in. Reverse and reverse. This girl doesn't know a little bit of etiquette. Even if she did this kind of thing to Master Shizun, it should be her, the matriarch of Yuluo Palace. Feng Lixia frowned slightly, and was about to stop talking. The Lord Master at the side finally said, Senior, don't mess around. Have you ever told me, Master, that our trip is extremely secretive and there is no room for negligence? Bai Feng frowned coldly. Senior knows it's wrong. Senior is an idiot. Senior will never dare again. Seeing Lord Tianqian's face change, Senior quickly retreated from the master's robe, admitting his mistake obediently. At this moment, a rough and sharp voice came from behind. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. This deity wants to bring the young master to seek justice from sect Master Ji. Hundreds of demon cultivators around looked back and followed the reputation. That is, he saw a black-faced man with blood-colored Buddhist beads hanging on his neck, naked to the waist, and his muscles were knotted. He was leading a 13 or 14-year-old red-haired girl and walked over in a hurry. Hey, who is that little girl? She's so cute. She's as cute as Senior. Senior looked at the red-haired girl and couldn't help but exclaim. This, I don't know too well. Feng Lixia shook her head. That's the little sect master who just took office. Bai Feng said lightly, the big man next to her is the left protector of Shijizong. This time, Li Qianzhu, the great elder of Shijizong, was killed by Lixu and died in Shuiyu city. Naturally, they came to find Ji Taimei discussing the explanation. That's good. Today's Demon Dao conference, the more chaotic it is, the more it will help the deity to clean up the situation. Master is right, the position of the leader of the Eastern Land Demon Dao Alliance must belong to Master. Feng Lixu looked at the domineering and stern man in front of her with admiration, and said firmly. That's right. Master. That's great. Ah, so does senior sister Lixu. Sen Senior also had beautiful eyes, and at the same time took the hands of the master and the senior sister. That strange thought came to her mind again. If sister Lixu could be like senior sister Lingyan, the whole family could be neat and tidy. Why? Follow the map of the original game in the previous life in memory. Baifeng came to the southeast of the Holy Land, in front of a majestic waterfall. And the entrance to the Four-Elephant Pole Palace is in the depths of the waterfall. This place is different from the Paradise of Paradise where the Magic Dao Conference is held. It is a small world cave opened by Wang Zibo, the patriarch of the Hehuan sect, in the depths of the waterfall full of aura. There are various secret treasures of various sects, as well as ancient books with strange skills and ingenuity. The secret method of acacia that Baifeng imposed on Yehong Ii and Tantai Lingyan, the pact of threesomes, was taken from the buried internal organs when they entered it for the first time. It is precisely because of the collection of the six Yangji Palace that it is related to the sect's heritage. Except for the current suzerain and a few supreme elders who are in charge of the Holy Land, no one else is allowed to enter. In fact, even if outsiders wanted to go in, they couldn't find the entrance of the cave. Even in the fairy love game in the previous life. If Xiao Chen wants to enter the Four Elephants Palace, he must complete some pre-reputation tasks, and conquer enough saints of the Acacia sect, in order to obtain the key of the Four Elephants Palace. But for him, the white old devil. Naturally, he is familiar with the road. Just go hard. Lixu, Senior, back off. Baifeng lightly gave instructions to the two disciples. Immediately, in a flash, he came straight to the torrential waterfall. Facing the waterfall mixed with terrifying spiritual pressure. Baifeng didn't dare to be negligent, and ran the Nine Yi's burning heaven art with all his strength, forming a majestic flame shield around him, resisting the impact of the powerful spiritual pressure of the waterfall, and step by step came to the direct bottom of the waterfall. It turns out that Master is worthy of being Dongtu, the strongest demon lord in 10,000 years. Seeing the unmoving figure of Master standing under the waterfall, Feng Lixu was both surprised and admired. What's the matter? Sister? Is there something mysterious about the waterfall? Seeing the shock on the senior sister's face, Sen Senior asked curiously. Although she already knew that her own god was omnipotent, but the waterfall in front of her was really ordinary. Senior, your perception is too blunt. Feng Lixu said, the waterfall in front of you is not an ordinary waterfall, but a restriction set by the ancestor of the Hehuan sect. This kind of terrifying ancient spiritual pressure, looking at the entire Eastern Land, only Master can use his body carry it hard, and step by step to the depths. As she spoke, she looked worriedly with her beautiful eyes. I saw that even the Master with the innate formless demon body and the nine-yield real fire body protection, under the continuous impact of the spiritual energy waterfall, cracks appeared in the shield. Some of the water turned into sharp blades, passed through the gap in the shield, and pierced into Master's body. Not good. Feng Lixu's pretty face changed color, and she was about to leap forward. But found out. Those sharp water blades formed by powerful prohibition laws disappeared after stabbing the Master's body. Not only that. Pieces of ice crystals gradually formed on Shizun's back that was originally scratched and blood-stained. After the ice crystals fell off, intact new flesh grew out of the wound. This seems to be the physique of Kang Mingye's family. Feng Lixu was completely stunned, the shock in her heart was beyond words. Ah! Sister Hong Ai, you really did master a great favor. But Sen Xing'er understood everything. Yes, through the transmission and integration of great love, the master obtained his ghost-controlling spirit body. Then after that night, it is reasonable for the owner to obtain the physique of the sister in red. The other side. Bai Feng is also a bit comfortable. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect Hong Ai sauce to be so easy to use. Speaking of which, I've neglected her a bit. It's okay. I'll give her back after I get back the water spirit kidney. Bai Feng said to himself. Next moment. Due to forcibly breaking through the restriction, a certain internal law was triggered, and he immediately felt the crazy backlash. The Wanjun waterfall fell on his demon body at this moment, as if it were 100 mountains. And the pressure is still increasing. It can't be delayed. At this moment, I am already in the center of the waterfall, Lixu and Xing'er can't see clearly. So I can. With this in mind, Bai Feng no longer hesitated. Straight away, he took out the demon's talisman, and fired it madly at the stone wall carved with evil patterns behind the waterfall. That's right. According to the settings of Xianlian, the little butter. Wang Zibo, the patriarch of the Albizia sect, is a proud and arrogant person. He often prides himself on being the number one in the world. Therefore, a rule was deliberately added to the prohibition. If an outsider wants to forcibly open the Sixyang Pole Palace without the key, he must arouse the energy of great love stronger than Wang Zibo to awaken the evil lines on the stone wall. In all fairness, Bai Feng didn't think that his current physical body could surpass the ancestor of the Hehuan sect at its peak. But the former Bai Qingling's ability to enter here secretly shows that he is really capable. Etc. Bai Qingling's comparison is cold and domineering, and he has no interest in worldly love. He really knows how to fight. Or is it that this guy has been making a character design, but in fact he is still the passionate young man? He has feelings for the disciples, as well as Yinho and Yuerong. Suddenly this terrifying idea popped up in my mind. After entering the Sixyang Pole Palace, there are all kinds of more thrilling and exciting things. Breathe deeply, after adjusting the internal breath. Rumble. Along with the ears came a series of dull loud noises. Bai Feng raised his head. I saw the surrounding waterfalls, all disappeared. The waterfall in front of me turned out to be a valley full of purple magic flowers. And standing in front, it is a magnificent and resplendent palace with flying eaves and corners, exuding an infinitely seductive and bewitching atmosphere. Bai Feng looked at the two lifelike statues of beauties at the entrance of the magic palace. Covered a certain part of the statue with his hand. Ah! The statue actually let out a strange panting sound. Next moment. Boom. As if some kind of mechanism had been triggered, the obsidian palace gate in front of him suddenly opened. Lixu, Xing'er, you can come over now. Bai Feng gave instructions behind him. Okay. Master. Xing'er is coming. The two little beauties of Yuluo Temple, one in front and one behind, ran towards the master in the distance with excited expressions. Just when Bai Feng was about to step into the gate of the demon palace with his two apprentices, he suddenly noticed something. On the lawn not far from these two statues of beauties, there are two extremely tiny picture stones. It is clear. These picture stones were placed under the restriction in advance, so that he hadn't noticed it before. Can place photo stones at will in this forbidden place, this person can only be. Strange, how did Ji Taimei know that I would come here? Could it be that Mu Xinlan told her? Not right? How did Mu Xinlan know? The more Bai Feng thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After a second, he resolutely led the two disciples into the magic palace. The reason why he is so resolute is not entirely out of the desire to get his internal organs back, but rather, just now, he smelled an inexplicably familiar sword spirit breath. The breath of the sword spirit was so strong that it even aroused fluctuations in the depths of his soul. Not only that, with the help of this breath, he actually visualized the afterimage of a magic sword. Can't do it well. It is what Yinho said before, his lost natal magic sword Xinyan. And just find the sword. Maybe they can find out the past with Mu Xinlan and reveal the reason why she deliberately wanted to kill Bai Qingling. After a while, a pair of boys and girls also arrived at the gate of Xixiangji Palace. Looking at the majestic magic palace in front of him, Lin Mo was so excited. Look, Xian Xian. He went in. That old white devil really went in. Brother Huang, how can you conclude that old demon Bai will come here? Lin Xian Xian said in astonishment. You don't know about this. Lin Mo's face was colored. Early before Sect Master Ji opened the gate of the Holy Land, he had placed photo stones in various areas in the Holy Land. Once old demon Bai appeared, he would be the first time detected. It's just what I didn't expect. Sect Master Ji just notified me via sound transmission, and this old white demon has forcefully broken through the restriction and opened the gate of the Four-Elephant Extreme Palace. Ah, that's it? Lin Xianxian said with a guilty conscience. Then brother, are we going in now? Of course. If you don't go in, how can you intercept old demon Hu Bai and get his treasure? Lin Mo saw the worry in his younger sister's heart, and comforted him, and, Jamei, Sect Master Ji has already taught me all the key points of the organs in Xixiangji Palace, we just need to follow old demon Bai quietly. Guess what? Knowing his intention, he immediately took a shortcut, intercepted the treasure, and accomplished it in one go. That makes sense, but... Lin Xianxian nodded, still a little worried. Looking up, the emperor brother who was eager to make a contribution had already rushed into the magic palace. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow behind. Boom! Following the siblings, they stepped into the first floor of the Xixiangpol Palace. The door behind him closed heavily. Brother Huang, there are 3 forked roads ahead. From what you can see, which one will old demon Bai take? Lin Xianxian asked solemnly. What about this? Lin Mo was about to look around. Suddenly a deep and cold male voice came. Want to play a game? Your Highness the Third Prince. It's a new game from Evil Fallen. This voice is... At this moment, Lin Mo's hairs stood on end. The younger sister, Lin Xianxian, shouted excitedly, Master Mo Jun? Is that you? Her call quickly got a response from the man. Clatter! 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 With the sound of heavy footsteps. A tall, handsome, pale-skinned, death-like man in a black heavenly demon robe came out with a serious expression on his face. Behind the man, followed step by step, 2 beauties, one big and one small. Sister Lilixiu. Compared with the appearance of that man, what makes Lin Mo's heart more difficult to calm down is that the goddess sister that he loves and hates is also here. Who is your sister? The third prince may have made a mistake. A sneer appeared at the corner of Bai Feng's mouth, and he spread his arms towards the big disciple beside him. Lixiu, come here, and introduce your real identity to His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Yes. Fen Lixiu came to the side of the master with a pair of long legs, and glanced lightly at the third prince in front of him. Lin Mo, my name is Fen Lixiu, but I am not a disciple of the true martial sword section. I am the eldest disciple of the Yaluo Hall of the Kangming sect, directly handed down by Mo Junqingling. You understand now? Sister Lixiu, you. At this moment, like a lightning strike, Lin Mo's face was ashen. He took a step back, and hit the stone wall heavily. Yes, although he had already learned of the goddess' undercover identity from Ji Tame. But at this moment, Hearing her say it with his own mouth still made him feel a twinge of pain in his heart. Cheat. She has been deceiving herself, using herself as a tool. After all, he was a young man of 17 or 18 years old. After bearing such a blow, Lin Mo burst into tears and shouted, "Bai Qingling! You are despicable and shameless. You even sent your own disciples undercover. What do you think? Have you ever thought about Sister Lixu's safety? The safety of my apprentice is none of your business." Bai Feng sneered, grabbed onto the beautiful shoulders of the big student, and went all the way down the tights, and finally came to her round and tight buttocks. "Ah, master." Feng Lixu's cheeks flushed pink, her red lips parted slightly and she whispered softly. Although she has no feelings for the third prince in front of her at all. But at this moment, master, in front of this fanatical suitor, is so close to her, she still can't let go. However, in the end, under the gesture of master's eyes, she still bit her lip, plunged headfirst into master's embrace, and boldly and presumptuously, pursed her red lips, and kissed master's cheek. While kissing, she had a pair of beautiful eyes, and deliberately glanced at Lin Mo with a broken face in the distance. No way. Although she still can't let go. But this is the task of master. That's right. It can be seen from master's eyes that he must have deep meaning in letting himself do this. Senior sister, you. Sen Senior on the side saw it, cried loudly and threw himself into the arms of the master. Senior wants to hug and kiss. Enough. Really enough. Feng Lixu. You unruly woman. The prince doesn't want you anymore. Whoa. Like a child who lost his toy, Lin Mo burst into tears and pulled out the sword of the great Chu royal family Jixuan emperor sword from his waist, pointing the sword at the devil, Bai Qingling. Today. This prince will die with you. With you without me. After he finished speaking, he quickly looked at his sister beside him, Xian. Run away. Lin Xian looked at the embarrassing emperor brother who looked like a doomed dog, and then looked at the domineering phantom embracing the two beauties. For a moment, her beautiful eyes were infatuated. Didn't you hear? Xian. Get out of here. Seeing that his sister was indifferent, Lin Mo yelled again. At this moment, the demon in the distance sneered and said. Xian, she can't go. She is already a woman of the deity, so naturally she should also participate in tonight's carnival. While talking, Bai Feng stretched out his palm towards the trembling little Princess Da Chu, whose beautiful eyes were blurred in the distance. Come on, Princess Xian, come to the arms of this deity. This is your only chance to touch the body of this deity. Listening to the man's words with infinite bewitching, Lin Xian's delicate body trembled. She bit her lower lip tightly, her heart was about to move. Don't be Xian. Don't be fooled by this man. You are the proud and noble Princess Da Chu. You are not the plaything of this devil. Seeing that his sister's expression was not right, Lin Mo rushed up. However, the next moment, a scene that broke his liver and gallbladder appeared. The younger sister who grew up together and was regarded as the treasure in his palm unexpectedly swung his hand away and ran towards the vile devil in the distance. Jingle jingle. Following her eager small steps, the phoenix crown and red hairpin on her head made a crisp sound. These sounds are like steel needles, piercing into the heart of Prince Da Chu. How come? How so? Didn't Mu Sheng say that? I am the real son of destiny. Lin Mo wailed inwardly, trembling all over, the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. Next moment, under his bewildered eyes. Before that, the younger sister, who was talking to him and laughing at him, admiring his elder brother, threw herself into the man's broad embrace like the other two women. Lin Mo, no. I feel better today. I don't know what's wrong with Snow Leopard this year. It's so cold. It's just a little bit rainy, or I have a fever when I turn on the air conditioner. Why? Lixu's episode is really half written. Snow Leopard won't owe you too long. Keep the basics of the text, try to finish it as soon as possible. I love the Demon Lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Zhi Shuebaoao. Chapter 133. Chapter 132, The Empress Domineering Husband. Puppeteer Ji Tame, 7,000 words. Acacia Sect, the Holy Land of the Back Mountain. There is still half an hour before the Magic Deo Conference starts. The venue where the Demonic Deo Conference was held this time, the Paradise of Paradise, was already full of powerful demonic powers from all walks of life in the East. At this moment, as the host, Ji Tame, the patriarch of the Hehuan sect, and the protagonists of this meeting, the heads of the 8 great demon sects have not yet arrived. The scene has already exploded, and there are heated discussions. Look at these erotic murals on the wall. This lifelike painter is simply amazing. TCH. A group of idiots. What murals are you looking at? Hurry up, and the saints of Acacia in the stands. This bosom and figure are uncontrollable. Brother Sheshi. Thank you already. You are so nice. Hey. Be sober. A group of perverts. This time, His Majesty the Demon Emperor favors Sect Master Ji, and the purpose of holding the Demonic Deo Conference is to elect a new Demonic Deo leader. Lead Dongtu to fight against the revived Taoist Suan Mu Xian Lan. This is a matter of life and death for my eastern land. Ah, yes, yes, yes. This man lifts up his trousers and speaks in a tough manner. By the way, do you have a favorite alliance leader? Who? You speak so awesomely. Who else? Of course it's from the Kangming sect. Everyone is discussing hotly. A loud voice came and resounded through the hall. Sect master of the Kangming sect, Yehong Ai, and his wife, Mrs. Shura Palace, are here to attend the meeting. Hear this voice. Everyone was shocked. The head of the first sect of the 8 major demon sects has arrived. Still the youngest. All under the watchful eye. A girl wearing a red brocade dress, with blue hair and a shawl, with a beautiful and heroic appearance, accompanied by a tall and graceful lady with exquisite makeup, walked into the hall. Wow! This little suzerain of the Kangming sect is in good health. Who says it's not? The outside world has rumored that the young master of Kangming is a great beauty. Now that I look at it, she really lives up to her reputation. No wonder that Palace Master Bai is willing to assist her. Am I the only one paying attention to Mrs. Shura temple next to me? The black silk wife is the best. But having said that, don't you think it's strange? Today is such a grand event, that Hall Master Ren didn't attend, but let his wife show his face instead. Don't say it. It's not only the Hall Master Ren. That lord, he didn't even attend. Oh my God. That godfather of Kangming, wouldn't he do some cruel work in the dark? For example, laying out a blood formation outside and using the entire Palace of Paradise as an altar. Stop talking. Scared. Shaking. Weak and helpless. Mention the man who made the entire eastern land feared by hundreds of millions of demon cultivators. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became dignified. Yehong Ai took a seat at the VIP seat, and looked at Han Jiniang who was beside him, and, "Uncle, he really is." "Hong Yi, you don't need to say too much." Han Jiniang said indifferently, "Your godfather has already told me everything. That Ren Qinfan was willing to degenerate, colluded with the old demon of the foreign sect, betrayed the sect, and disgraced my Azura Palace. When we meet again, I only do 2 things. The first thing is to divorce him. The second thing is to give him a face." Her tone was cold and stern, not allowing any mediation. "Why?" Yehong Ai sighed softly, his eyes turned red. "Auntie, isn't it too early for us to make a definition now? What if uncle has some unavoidable difficulties? He has already done such a thing. What kind of difficulties he has, it doesn't matter. Han Jiniang finished speaking coldly, paused, and added in a gentle tone, Sovereign, don't worry, no matter how the relationship between me and your uncle will be settled, if you want. You can always treat me as an aunt, even a. Speaking of this, a blush appeared on Madame Shu Radian's beautiful cheeks. I am a year older than you can, call me stepmother. Yes. She has actually thought about it countless times in her heart. That bad man is the godfather in red. Then when Han Jiniang marries her, won't she be godmother? Ah! Hearing this, Ye Hong I's ice blue pupils widened, astonished. At this time, the deacon of the Hehuan sect on the high platform announced loudly again. Mother of the Eastern Earth, Empress Yin is here. Please gentlemen all stand up. As soon as this word came out, clatter. The audience spontaneously stood up. Pairs of eyes looked excitedly, in awe, and curiously towards the direction where the main door opened. Next moment, under the heartbeat of countless people in the audience, wearing a complicated and gorgeous bright gold long dress, a super long beauty with a slender figure and perfect body proportions appeared at the door. Da-da-da. As she swings her super long legs, she walks step by step, her silver hair flutters in the wind, and her appearance is like a fairy in the moon palace. Against the backdrop of her tall figure, the burly and tall guards around her looked like children. Beautiful. So beautiful. It's a showdown. I was originally a Tianzai, but at this moment, I completely stood up. It's just because she is so beautiful. Today is another day to envy His Majesty the Demon Emperor. You guys are so envious. With the figure of Empress Yin, who can bear it? All the demon cultivators stared straight at every word you said to me. Next moment, a scene that shocked them even more happened. I saw that the Empress Yin, who was admired and worshipped by the audience, did not go to the exclusive seat at the top, but came to the VIP seat of Kangmingzong step by step. I've seen Empress Yin. Ye Hong I didn't dare to be rude, she stood up immediately, and cupped her hands at the beautiful woman in front of her. Han Jiniang lowered her head and said nothing. Recalling that night, after I left from my lover's attic, this drunken concubine came to the door, and the two of them didn't know what happened behind them. She felt more and more uncomfortable. Jiniang, do you have any objections to this empress? Huh? Xiao Qingmei said with a smile, although her words were questioning, her tone was extremely gentle, without any trace of hostility. No, Jiniang dare not. Han Jiniang bit her lip and said. Okay, I know what you're thinking later. While talking, Xiao Qingmei sat aside by herself. At this moment, three peerless beauties with their own charms were sitting in a row, which once again caused a sensation on the scene. You really want to know, Xiao Qingling? Oh no, Palace Master Bai, where did you go? Xiao Qingmei looked meaningfully at this junior beauty who was as handsome as her own. Empress Yin, do you know where my godfather has gone? Ye Hong I, who was always humble and courteous, couldn't help interjecting. This question really made her feel very blocked. Early this morning, the godfather not only left without saying goodbye, but also took away two apprentices, leaving only his best friend, the Bell, to stay in the palace. Even Lingyan didn't know the whereabouts of her master. Therefore, the godfather obviously didn't take their sisters seriously. At least, in his heart, their sisters are far less important than senior and that senior sister. Ye Hong I's eyes turned red as he thought about it. Seeing this, Han Jiniang at the side quickly comforted her. Red clothes, don't say it's you, that bad boy. Your godfather didn't even tell me. As he spoke, he stretched out his jade hand and gently embraced the girl into his arms. For a while, there was a sense of sympathy for each other. That's right, that bad man clearly promised her that he would say hello to her before going to do that secret event today, but she waited all morning, but she didn't see anyone at all. Looking at the resentful expression on the other side, Xiao Qingmei vaguely guessed something in her heart. Madame Ren, you appreciate it very much, Palace Master Bai, right? She asked with a half smile. This. Han Jiniang was surprised when he heard this. Seeing the niece in red in her arms, she also looked at herself in shock, and quickly shook her head and said, "Damn! How is this possible? Master Bai is so cold and domineering, and he doesn't understand the style. Which woman would not like it with eyes, he? Don't say it. Don't say that I, Han Jiniang, is already a wife. Even if I'm still in my boudoir, I'd rather die alone than ever look at him." After hearing this, Xiao Qingmei laughed. After a while, she cleared her throat and said seriously, "Jin Niang, listen, a woman's intuition is the most accurate, and at this moment, standing in front of you is a woman who has experienced 6,000 years of trials and hardships. So, you can't hide your thoughts from me." As soon as she said this, Han Jiniang's cheeks turned redder. Ye Hongii also felt a burst of vigilance, got out of his aunt's arms, and looked at her with some vigilance. "Empress Yin, please respect yourself. Don't arrange things indiscriminately," Han Jiniang said quickly. Yes, she has always dared to love and hate. If it were on other occasions, she would ignore it and make no secret of her admiration and love for that man. But, facing her niece in name, she still finds it difficult to do so. She has a clear conscience. "Forget it, I don't need to ask any more questions in the future." Xiao Qingmei smiled, sat up straight, with a pair of sensual and plump long beautiful legs, coiled up gracefully. At the same time, looking down at the black silk socks on Han Jiniang's legs. "You know, you've seen almost exactly the same type of socks before." Xiao Qingmei murmured, a ray of sadness flashed in her eyes. "In my mind, I suddenly recalled the black stockings I found on the waterbed of that lovely junior a few days ago. Damn it, Xiao Qingling lied to me that it was his own socks, really dishonest. It seems, he might have had that strange thing happen with Mrs. Ren on that waterbed, and, in the end, he played a prank on her face. Damn it, it's obvious that I are only in the realm of spirit and soul, a simulation of spiritual practice." Xiao Qingmei thought so. For some reason, my heart suddenly felt cramped, as if a piece had been gouged out. God, what was I thinking? I'm just Xiao Qingling's elder. He's acting so recklessly, I'd better warn him. I shouldn't be so sad. That's right. Yurong is the only disciple in my life. I'm complaining for her. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingmei finally straightened her mind. "Madame Ren, listen carefully." Xiao Qingmei said, "No matter what your personal relationship with Palace Master Bai is, I will only tell you one thing. Your Majesty can tell you what she wants." Han Jiniang lowered her head and said. Xiao Qingmei said, "If my apprentice Yurong was here, not only would I not blame him for leaving without saying goodbye, but I would silently support every decision he made. And you, it seems, didn't make it, so. Enough. Your Majesty." Hearing the other party mention the lover's green plum first love, Han Jiniang stood up as if she had been touched against the scales, and said with cold eyes. "Hall of Flowers. It's the Lord of Flowers. A concubine is a concubine. Why do you want me to be like her? Since she's so good, let Bai Qingling marry her." At the end, Han Jiniang's eyes were red and her voice was choked up. Turning around quickly, secretly stroking away tears. What is the relationship between the master of the flower hall and the godfather? Ye Hongai's heart pounded when he heard it. Although she had seen the master of Huadian and the godfather before when the 7 young masters of the Tang family rebelled in Black Moon City, they behaved intimately. But I didn't think much of it at the time. Now it seems. Maybe the two of them really have something to do? My God, there are too many rivals in love. My wife of Uluo Palace. I'm not stable. Whoa. Little sect master Kangming groaned inwardly. Madam Ren, you don't have to pretend in front of Ben. It's still the same sentence. What is the relationship between you and Xiao Qingling? I have no interest in it from now on. Xiao Qingmei also stood up and came to that young beauty. Looking down at the other's chest, which was slightly smaller than his own, the reason why I'm looking for you in the future is to help that kid and pass a word to you. What? Han Jiniang was a little confused. What did he say? Xiao Qingmei sighed softly, and said with a complicated expression, he said. Because of the urgency of the incident, I can't meet you in time. Please forgive me. When he gets back his treasure, he will make up for you. Did he really say that? Han Jiniang's eye circles became even more red, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly unconsciously. That bad man really has her in his heart. Moreover, from this point of view, he didn't tell himself where he went, just because he was afraid that she would worry. Think about it. Han Jiniang burst into tears. She didn't have time to wipe it off, so she hurried to the side under the strange eyes of the audience. Hey, this little Qingling is too big. Forget it, Ren Fan is willing to degenerate. Since Mrs. Ren chooses to draw a line with him, she can be regarded as a good woman who can distinguish right from wrong. I just hope that kid doesn't let her and you wrong down. Although it's abhorrent for a man to marry two Taoist couples at the same time, it's still normal in the devil's way. Xiao Qingmei murmured in her heart, turned around and walked towards the center of the venue. Empress Yin, where are you going? Ye Hong I asked. Go and help your godfather, do one last thing. Xiao Qingmei sighed lightly, and said quietly, I can't help it, he is just a sister who loves him like me, if I don't help him, who can help him? Next moment. The deacon of the Hehuan sect on the high platform announced again. My family's suzerain, the host of this magic conference, G suzerain here. The words just fell off. The audience once again aroused an uproar. Everyone turned their eyes to the door again. Soon. A group of beautiful women wearing phoenix crowns and Xiaopi walked in, carrying a luxurious and dazzling chariot of dragon and phoenix. Everyone stared. I saw a handsome man in a black and white ghost robe sitting on the chariot with a big face. Beside him, there were two saintesses who also wore phoenix coronets and Xiaopi, who were spreading flowers for their suzerain. The host appears. The magic repair in the audience once again set off a discussion. My God! This is Sovereign G. So young. Isn't the point about the saintesses around Sovereign G? They are all top quality. But, why are they all wearing phoenix coronets? They look so weird. Of course. They are no longer human beings. They are puppets hypnotized by Sect Master G. They have already dedicated their body and mind to Sect Master G. Sect Master G was a powerful puppet master before entering the Hehuan sect. I don't know if I heard the people's discussion. The only focus of the audience, Ji Taimei, the suzerain of Hehuan, suddenly changed his face, and then jumped out of the chariot, and was about to go out the door. Looking at this posture, it seems to be thinking. Leave temporarily. Oh, suzerain. What are you doing? Several Hehuan elders behind him quickly stepped forward to block the way. Today's Demon Dao conference is a once-in-a-century event in Dongtu. At this moment, the focus of hundreds of millions of demon cultivators in Dongtu is on you. If you leave, who will preside over the overall situation? Yes. Sovereign G. If there is something urgent, let's discuss it later. Let's preside over the meeting first. Don't disappoint His Majesty the Demon Emperor's trust. This time, he defied all opinions and handed over the right to host the session of the Demon Deo conference to our Hehuan sect. All the senior members of the Hehuan sect, you have surrounded the man tightly with your words. No, really not. Jitame lowered her head to look at the shining spiritual jade on her waist, her rouged face became extremely pale. He gritted his teeth and said, the elders are all of us, so if the suzerain has something to say, just say it. The third prince is in danger. He's asking me for help. If I don't rush to support him, the last son of luck, the anger of the heavenly lady, the Hehuan sect, can't bear it. After all, luck and joy will turn into a cloud of yin and yang ghosts and fly away. However, the next moment. Boom! A powerful and indescribable terrifying coercion descended from the sky, locking his entire aura. Can't move at all. Empress Union. Looking at the domineering, unparalleled tall beauty in front of her, Jitame's throat trembled, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Sect Master Ji, the 10,000 demon comrades have been waiting for you for a long time, so it's not polite to leave at this time. Looking down at the young man with heavy makeup in front of her, Xiao Qingmei looked disgusted, and her tone was extremely sharp, which could not be questioned at all. Stay here for the queen. Host the meeting well. You'd better be obedient. Otherwise, you will see the most ferocious side of this queen in this world. Jitame. At the same time, the southeast corner of the Holy Land. The interior of the just opened Xiangji Palace. A boy of 16 or 17 was confronting a tall, handsome young man. The young man held a sword in his left hand, keeping a vigilant distance from the man, and in his right hand was holding a piece of sound-transmitting jade that shone with spiritual light, calling for something constantly. Say something. Look straight at me. You bastard. Jitame, you trash. Why pretend to be dead at the critical moment? If you don't show up again, this prince will be killed by this devil. Seeing the terrifying and cold phantom getting closer and closer to him, Lin Mo gritted his teeth tightly, cold sweat dripping from his vest and forehead. However, still no response. The man who was with him before, discussed with him in front of Mu Sheng, and kept in touch with him at any time, seemed to be dead, and did not give any response at all. Damn. Jitame. Do you dare to betray Mu Sheng? I hate it. I hate myself for being blind. I want to believe you, a demon who is neither male nor female. Seeing that he was on the verge of a cliff and there was no way to retreat, Lin Mo roared in despair. He didn't even have the strength to hold a sword. In his whole life, he was born to be the arrogance of the royal family, with great luck. Since he entered the Tao, he has been invincible and crossed the border to kill people, which is even more commonplace. But at this moment, what he is facing is not an ordinary powerful opponent. This guy is Bai Qingling. A heaven-defying existence whose qualifications are not considered old-fashioned, but who has caused headaches for countless old monsters with profound sect backgrounds in Yunzhou continent. Even Mu Xinlan, the Taoist Suanv, dare not come out of the ice coffin and confront him now. My little Hakamai, why? Forget it. Seeing that there was no way out, His Highness the Third Prince of Chu gave up his illusions, with the sword in his chest. A handsome little face suddenly ignited fighting spirit. Old devil Bai. You have the guts to let my sister Xian go. If you have anything to do, you can come to me. This prince will have a life and death fight with you today. However, what he never expected was the big devil in front of him, instead of using a series of perverted voodoo magic skills on him, showed an intriguing smile on the contrary. Third Highness. You were in contact with Sect Master Ji just now, right? Bai Feng asked with a gentle face, but with his hands behind his back, he was secretly urging the Nine Yi Burning Heaven art, preparing to catalyze the Nine Yi True Fire to the extreme. That's right. He is still not sure for the time being, whether Muzinlin gave him some gift of original power after resurrecting Lin Mo. Therefore, can only be taken by surprise. Melted in an instant. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, and then sneered, so what? He, are you afraid? After finishing speaking, he turned his head to look at Feng Lixiu, who was following closely behind the master. The expression suddenly became a little crazy. Sister Lixiu, look quickly. This is the man you admire. Ha 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 ha. He is so afraid of mere Tame, let alone this prince, the son of luck. He compare it with me. Do you regret it? You will. After all, you missed the chance to embrace the son of destiny. 30 years in Hedong. 30 years in Hexi. As long as I, Lin Mo, get through today. Sooner or later, I will get you. The boy gritted his teeth and was about to speak harshly. However, the moment his eyes met with the goddess sister, his heart was melted again. That's all, even at this moment, Xiao Momo, I still like you very much. The young and proud Tianjiao of the royal family said with a lonely face. Tears fell down his cheeks. Pure love. It is a sin in itself. Woo 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 woo. He groaned inwardly. Wow. You nasty guy. You, a boy, still use redundancies. You even call yourself Xiao Momo. You really are. Sensing on the side was holding Master's magic robe with her small hands. Her small face was full of disgust. Disgusting. Humph. You little girl. Do you know what love is? Lin Mo also blushed. At least I am the prince. I really love your elder sister, the kind who is willing to give everything. Unlike the hypocritical man around you who is good at manipulating people's hearts. Sister Lixiu. Be sober. This old devil has never regarded you as a disciple. Otherwise, why would everyone send you undercover? When this moment came, he tried to wake up this powerful goddess and let her join forces with him, so that he would have a chance of winning. Lin Mo, do you know that the previous you made me feel indifferent, but the current you makes me sick? Feng Lixiu, with long and graceful legs, walked up to the master, and took hold of the master's strong right arm. You, the so-called son of destiny, in my eyes, you can't even compare to a hair of my master. Sister Lixiu, you're obsessed with obsession. Lin Mo yelled angrily, and looked at the cold and silent phantom again. Bai Qingling. You just asked me if I was in contact with Sect Master Ji? Ha ha ha. Are you scared? Tisk, it's normal. After all, this is the territory of Sect Master Ji. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not overwhelm a local snake. Even if you old devil is insidious and cunning, with vicious methods, I'm afraid you can't do it right now in the territory of the Acacia section. Interesting. Bai Fen narrowed his eyes and said, let's not mention anything else for now. I just want to ask, is Sect Master Ji here? Humph, Sect Master Ji is almost here. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. So did you come or not? While dragging for time, Bai Feng pinched the formula with both hands, and deduced the 9 Yi burning heaven due to the 8th level of power. He came. He didn't come. Bai Qingling. Do you understand what that means? Seeing that the devil on the opposite side seemed to be afraid, Lin Mo secretly rejoiced, and he also played tricks. Oh. Bai Feng deliberately asked suspiciously, then did he come or not? This deity doesn't understand. Ha 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 ha. Be anxious. Bai Qingling, you also have a day of panic. Seeing that the other party didn't dare to rush in, Lin Mo became more confident, and continued to talk nonsense. All this is a game set up by Sect Master Ji. Sect Master Ji doesn't seem to come. But, everywhere. Tathagata. Tathagata. Ha 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 ha. Understood. Bai Fen nodded knowingly. Sect Master Ji, Ruoji. What? Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Next moment, a heat wave hits us. It's hard to breathe. In front of his eyes, unexpectedly, out of thin air, a group of surging and majestic seven-color light flames that seemed to be able to swallow everything. Died. Xian, brother, I really want to. Dead. He murmured in his heart. And the other side. Even though he used his current strength, 80% of the ultimate move against the Son of Destiny, Baifeng still felt a little unstable in his heart. Lin Mo, you better die immediately. If not. Back then, I refined 2 rank 6 immortal goo for you 2 brothers and sisters, one is infatuation goo and the other is female falling yin yang goo. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. I love the Demon Lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Ji Shi Shui Bao Ao. Chapter 134. 9 Profound Handle Shield. My ancestors protect me. Seeing the overwhelming terrifying demonic fire attacking, Lin Mo did not dare to neglect, and performed the Jixuanming King Sutra secret handed down by the great Chu royal family, forming a golden shield around his body with the seal of his palms. Next moment. Call. A heat wave hits us. The mighty 9 real fire that exploded roared in, burning the body of the third prince of Chu. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Little Momo is in so much pain. Seeing that the 9 profound handle shield inherited by his Lin family was instantly melted by the flames, Lin Mo seemed to be wearing a mask of pain, his handsome face twitched, and he howled in despair. This feeling of being trapped in the fiery purgatory and being touched by the god of death. He is so familiar. Earlier, Feng Lixu used this kind of magic fire to burn her internal organs to ashes. And now, Bai Qingling, the peerless demon in front of him. His supernatural power is far more than 10 times that of his disciples. The pain caused to him has already exceeded the limit that a mortal body can bear. No. Not right. Lin Mo looked at his intact body surrounded by flames, and suddenly realized something. The devil's fire doesn't seem to be burning my body, but it is. Torture and burn my soul. No. It will break if it goes on like this. Feeling the pain of being burned by the flames, the veins on Lin Mo's forehead bulged, and his handsome face became a little distorted. Could it be? Do I have to use the last hole card given to me by Mu Sheng? Under the extreme pain, Lin Mo tremblingly pressed his hand to his chest, as if he was about to sacrifice some magic weapon. But the next second, he gritted his teeth and stopped. No. Mu Sheng said. The chalcedony has only half of its spiritual power left. It can only be used as the last trump card. If I use it so easily now, not to mention that it is not a waste, Mu Sheng will probably be disappointed, right? That's right. It's just a burning pain. I think Lin Mo can bear it. I want Mu Sheng to know. Her vision is not wrong, I, Lin Mo, am indeed the real son of destiny. It's different from Xiao Chen, this trash. There are countless thoughts in my mind. In the end, His Royal Highness the Third Prince of Chu made the final decision. He clenched his teeth, resisting the extreme pain of tearing his soul, and staggered back. When I came in, Sect Master Ji told me. On the southeast side of the gate of the Xiangji Palace, there is a secret channel switch. Just turn it on. I can get out. This old white devil is so perverted, he doesn't execute me directly, but only tortures my soul, so I have to teach him a good lesson. Make him regret. Never miss the chance to defeat the Son of Destiny. Keep cheering yourself up. Taking advantage of the 3 masters and apprentices not chasing him. With the 9 Yi flames all over his body, Lin Mo exhausted his last bit of strength and rushed towards the huge stone gate at the entrance. However, he did not run a few steps. The 9 real fire that was scorching his soul suddenly intensified, his consciousness turned white for a while, his stature became short, and he fell like a dog eating shit. Hateful. It turns out that this guy didn't use his full power with the supernatural magic fire just now. So, is he playing with me? The devil. Sure enough, he is the #1 perverted devil in the East. Lin Mo endured the severe soul-shattering pain, and propped up his body with his hands. However, when he raised his head with difficulty, but he saw 3 figures standing in front of him. Wrong. Xian? Where's Xian? He looked around, but he didn't see Ju Mei's slender figure. He was anxious in his heart, and was about to ask aloud. Next moment, his face froze. His gaze was instantly locked on a tall and graceful figure. The woman he loves the most in his life, Feng Lixiu, is looking at him indifferently at this moment. And beside her, the white old devil stood with his hands tied, a playful smile appeared on his handsome and wickedly pale cheeks. This waiting expression seems to be appreciate the most embarrassing posture of the son of destiny, the arrogance of the royal family. Shame. What a shame. Although he is the pride of the stars, he is still a boy of 16 or 17 years old. At this moment, the inner defense of the third prince of Dechu completely collapsed, and tears came out of his eyes. Bai Qingling. You heinous devil. You will be punished by heaven sooner or later. Come on. You have the guts to kill me with a single blow. My prince doesn't believe in the way of heaven and has no eyes. You, a peerless demon, can really kill me, the real son of destiny. Under the burning pain of his soul, the third prince of Dachu burst out blood and tears, and prostrated himself on the ground, grabbing the ground with his head. Like maggots wriggling in the gutter. This guy is really too. Sen Senior on the side frowned and couldn't help saying, Master, why don't we kill him directly? This is a waste of our time. As she was talking, she couldn't stand it anymore. She turned her small face to the side, took out the magic pot and said, Stupid devil. Don't sleep. Get up and work hard. Be quick. Devour this guy's soul. Finished. It seems that the words follow the law. A phantom of a huge ghost general in black armor pierced out of the void, kneeling down and saluting, as my lord wishes. After saying that, he turned into a purple ghost mist and devoured the royal boy who was rolling on the ground. Etc. A cold female voice came. Dressed in black, he drew a beautiful arc in the void, directly blocking the ghost general. Presumptuous senior. Master didn't even open his mouth. Who told you to act without authorization? Master didn't directly kill this person, so naturally he has deep meaning. How can you understand, you stupid little head? Feng Lixiu looked at the little junior sister behind her and said, her tone was extremely cold. Senior sister, you. Being reprimanded face to face by her senior sister, Sen Senior's eyes turned red instantly. She pursed her lips with an aggrieved expression. You can say that Senior is a little fool. But you can't be an evil star. Woo-oh. Saying that, the little princess of Yuluo Palace sat straight on the ground and burst into tears. While crying, she also looked pitifully at the silent and cold shadow behind her. You must offend my lord. The ghost general yelled angrily, turned his head, and looked at the woman in black with a pair of pupils that shone with cold ghost flames. Seeing that the little lord did not stop him, it held the Anu saber high, and the half-step ghost king level terrifying power of the peak nascent soul was released unabashedly, shaking the void. At this moment, an indifferent and deep male voice sounded. Okay, let's all retreat to the deity. The ghost general was taken aback for a moment, but after seeing the appearance of the speaker, his huge body suddenly shrank into a ball and hid behind the young master. Good. It was this man who, in order to retrieve the body of a woman named Musinyan, escaped into the realm of death alone in the underworld. After killing the world upside down, he brought him out, a mediocre little ghost soldier, and practiced it. Make a forging magic pot, house his soul, and help it improve. He is the real supreme demon god who has surpassed the shackles of the Dao law. Senior, Lixu, step back. I want to have a private talk with His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Baifeng said lightly. It turned out that he didn't choose to kill Lin Mo's body directly. It wasn't because he, the old devil, was born perverted and liked to torture people. But the moment he released the 9 Yi's burning heaven art, he sensed that there was still an amazing body protection artifact hidden on Lin Mo's body. Yes, Master. Without looking at Lin Mo on the ground, Feng Lixu arched her hands, took the hand of the little junior sister, and was about to step back. The opponent didn't move at all. Senior, be obedient. Okay, Feng Lixu frowned. Senior sister. You have to apologize to Senior. Senior rubbed her eye sockets, pouted her little mouth. You. Feng Lixu's pretty face darkened, and then saw that the master had come over, so she had to be patient and said, forget it. Just now the senior sister's tone was a bit harsh. The senior sister apologizes to you, junior sister Senior, don't be angry, okay? Okay. I know that eldest sister loves Senior the most. Senior burst into laughter instantly, hugged her senior sister's long legs, and took the initiative to walk towards the back. Seeing the interaction between his two apprentices, Baifeng felt warm in his heart. The next moment, his expression suddenly became cold and serious, and he came to Lin Mo's side step by step. Devil! You kill me! Come on! See if you can fight against the Dao of heaven and kill me, the son of luck. The tearing pain of the soul has reached the final stage. Lin Mo's eyes are turning white at this moment, his whole body is convulsed, and only one mouth is left to speak freely. Your mouth is really hard, boy. Baifeng looked down at the son of destiny, who was as embarrassed as a stray dog on the ground, and said coldly, it's come to this point, don't you want to take it out? Ah! Take what? Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, and then twitched and shouted, the devil. Stop pretending to be a ghost, and talk nonsense. This deity is saying that it's already reached this stage. Why don't you use the 9 tribulations of life-protecting essence that woman bestowed on you to offset the calamity? Baifeng said with a half-smile. Hearing this, Lin Mo's twitching stopped for a second, as if his heartbeat was still, and then he tremblingly said. You devil, how do you know that Mu Shen gave me the 9 tribulations life-protecting essence? No. The point should be. How do you know the existence of the 9 tribulations life-protecting essence? That is the original spiritual essence that Mu Shen cultivated after going through 100 calamities in the world and 9 generations of reincarnation. Young man, you are just a pawn of Mu Zinlan's pawn, but this deity is the one who fought a bloody battle with her. I know her well, shouldn't I? Baifeng narrowed his eyes and said. In all fairness. Although he is condescending at the moment, he is in control of the situation. But in my heart, I was somewhat surprised and ups and downs. In the game Immortal Love in the original novel, Mu Zinlan practiced for 9 lifetimes, and in each lifetime, she broke herself into immortality, leaving her life and soul in the world, and cultivating 800 years of merit for the world. And the gift of merit and virtue from the 9 generations of cultivation, there are 3 treasures. One of them is terrifying and domineering, whose power even exceeds that of Bai Qingling's 9 tribulations of burning the heavens, 9 tribulations of yin and fire. In the previous battle of Fengmegu, Bai Qingling was defeated by Mu Zinlan because he couldn't find a way to fight against the karma of reincarnation and sky fire. And the second one is this one, which can offset the 9 calamities and 9 calamities in the world to protect life. In the game, it first appeared at the beginning of the plot of the 3rd expansion film. Muse Inland poured half of her original power into the spirit marrow, blocking the first round of attacks from the extraterrestrial demons. As for the third item, there is no detailed explanation in the game, so I am afraid that only Muse Inland knows it. It's really unexpected. Seeing that the man of destiny was in pain but didn't speak, Bai Feng said to himself, then Muse Inland actually handed over such a precious fairy artifact to you, a waste. If the deity guessed correctly, Lixia burned your internal organs earlier, and this deity designed to cut off your long yin power. You can survive because of this chalcedony, right? And thanks to you. That woman's natal fairy weapon has only half of its mana left. Quick, make it manifest. Boy. Only it can save your life. Bai Feng's eyes were shining with magic light, and he said in a bewitching tone. He has a plan in mind. Yes, as long as the spirit is still embedded deep in Lin Mo's soul. With his current cultivation level at the early stage of becoming a god, it is not enough to completely obliterate him. So the only way is to let Lin Mo take the initiative to consume the last mana of the spiritual marrow, and then try, at the moment when he uses the spiritual marrow to break through the space and escape from the sky. Use Gu Dao to forcibly leave it behind. Bai Qingling. My Highness is not as good as you wish. You have the guts to continue to torture me. Anyway, His Highness is immortal. Ha 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 ha. I'm mad at you. The burning pain of the soul reached a certain extreme. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and shouted wildly without losing his arrogance. Really? Then the deity needs to be a little stronger. Bai Feng snorted coldly, using Huad's heart to drive out the purest fire-attributed primordial energy. A thought becomes a law. Intensified the Juyi karmic fire in Lin Mo's body hundreds of times. Pain. Pain pierces the sky. Father. Mother. Xiao Momo is good. It hurts. Xian Xian. Xian Xian, do you know how much Brother Huang loves you? Why did you do that to the portrait of the devil? Do you know? Brother Wang's heart is bleeding. Under the roasting of the 9 Yi real fire, which had been strengthened 100 times, the consciousness of the third prince of Dechu had hallucinations, and he completely put down the image of the prince, rolling and howling on the ground. His Royal Highness Third Prince. 1000-7, what is the geometry? Seeing Prince Dechu, who was enduring the extreme pain in this world, Bai Fen knelt down and asked seriously. At this moment, Prince Chu, whose consciousness was half chaotic, seemed to be unable to distinguish friend from foe, and said loudly, Don't ask. Don't ask. Little Momo. I'm not there either. At the end, he actually burst into tears. Forget it, the deity has recognized you. Bai Fen nodded and said, You kid is indeed 100 times stronger than Xiao Chen. If it was him, I'm afraid he would have used that spirit marrow without hesitation. No solution anymore. Third Highness, you forced me to do this. I can only play some perverts on you. Bai Feng sighed softly, and took out the female yin-yang gu that had been treasured for a long time from his bosom, with magnificent and evil patterns engraved on its surface. Come on, Third Prince, take it. He squatted down, and brought this pill gu in front of Prince Dechu. What is this? Finally regaining some sanity, Lin Mo twitched and took a step back, his face full of fear. Bai Feng lowered his gaze, and said in a cold tone. You're right, you should be jealous too. After all, with the protection of Muse Inland's 9 tribulations essence, coupled with your powerful luck, this deity really cannot kill you for the time being. But endless, unlimited torment is what this deity can bestow on you. Hearing this, Lin Mo's body shook violently, and his consciousness suddenly recovered a bit. He has a hunch. If you really took the suspicious goo pill of the man in front of you, then he may suffer 10,000 times more painful torture than the current karmic fire-burning soul. Don't be afraid, it's not goo Dan. In a sense, it's a good thing. Baifeng sneered, and uncovered the black goo cup on the outside, revealing an oval meatball wriggling like a living body. What the hell is this? Lin Mo was shocked. At this moment, the great fear of the things in front of him even temporarily covered up the pain of breaking his soul. Don't be afraid. Looking at His Highness's appearance, it is undoubtedly very suitable for this goo pill. Submit it, and you will become a peerless beautiful girl, and become good sisters forever with His Royal Highness 9th Princess, and be my slaves of Yuluo Palace together, serving the deity. I believe this must be more difficult for His Highness to accept than the obliteration of the physical body, right? Baifeng spoke unhurriedly, his eyes suddenly became extremely stern. Listen. This deity has never spoken nonsense in his life, this is your last chance. Aren't you going to wake up the power of the 9 tribulations life essence? Listen to the words of the terrifying man in front of you. Lin Mo's whole body trembled violently, and the extreme coolness permeated every inch of his pores. Under extreme fear and despair, there was a ferocious and distorted smile on the corner of his mouth. He can feel it. My soul is about to fall into disqualification and fall into the most terrifying endless purgatory. At this moment, a girl's voice woke him up completely. Brother 3 Emperors. It's Slender. She is my closest imperial sister in this world, Xian. In the chaotic and distorted consciousness, Lin Mo suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, crawled a few steps with difficulty, bypassed the terrifying man in front of him, and looked behind him. Under his hazy vision, a fair-skinned girl in a gorgeous palace attire, wearing a red hairpin, is holding a simple and mottled iron box, staring at herself in a daze. On that pitiful round goose egg face, there were tears of concern. It was Jame Xian. Xian. In fact, Brother Huang really loves you. It has never changed since I was a child. Seeing his younger sister appearing intact, Lin Mo completely confessed the most secret feelings in his heart. Resisting the burning pain of his soul, he crawled a few steps. But he was stopped by a figure. It was her former goddess sister Fenglixu. Your Highness, do you want to know what Xian brought to this deity? Baifeng asked with interest. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, and then instinctively looked at the iron box in his sister's hand. Your Highness, do you know what is inside? Baifeng looked at the dumbfounded Lin Xian again. Lin Xian was startled for a moment, then cried. Lord Mo Jun. Xian doesn't know. Xian only knows that you promised me. As long as Xian follows what you said, go to the designated location on the first floor and fetch this box, and you will spare my brother's life. Now, Dongxixian has been found. Here. Lin Xian rushed up, knelt down in front of the phantom, and offered the iron box with both hands. As the iron box gradually approached, a warm and moist aura of water filled the entire hall. Wow! Master! Is this the treasure you are looking for? What is the origin of it? It is so similar to the magic box of the previous Flame Demon Tower. Sensiner's beautiful eyes sparkled in the distance, and she looked this way. It doesn't have a name. If Scener likes it, we can choose one for it. Let's call it Peninsula Iron Box. Of course that's not the point is. Speaking of this, he looked meaningfully at the royal brothers and sisters beside him. Direct showdown. It contains the main body kidney of the deity, and it is also the only weakness of the deity. You did a good job this time, Your Royal Highness. Then next, you are qualified to accept the most brutal and domineering reward from this deity. Finish this sentence. Baifeng felt his devil blood boiling to the extreme. Just replace it with this powerful body kidney that has been nourished by the water of origin spirit for hundreds of years. Next, he will be able to incarnate into a true great love demon king. Unscrupulous, rain and dew are spreading love. End of this chapter. I love the demon lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Ji Shi Shui Bao. Chapter 135. Listening to the big devil in front of him, he told the purpose of the trip unabashedly. The brothers and sisters of the Lin family looked at each other from a distance, and they were all shocked. Especially Princess Nine of Chu. This devil told her before that as long as he finds this iron box for him, he will save his imperial brother's life. And she followed the prompt without hesitation and found this thing. Did not expect. The things inside turned out to be the devil's body organs. Damn it! If I had known this before, I would risk my life to completely destroy this thing, which would definitely greatly weaken the strength of this demon. This devil came to Xiangji Palace so eagerly. The fake organ in his body must have reached the verge of exhaustion. Hey! The chess is missing. The chess is missing. Master, Xian has failed you. Whoa! Lin Xiangxian's beautiful eyes were flushed, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails were embedded in her flesh. That's it? That's it? From another perspective, the location where the iron box is hidden is not secret. The white old devil didn't let the two apprentices get it, but let me, an outsider. This shows that I have begun to gain his trust. Next, I just ask him to put Brother Huang back to Ji Taimei's side, so that he will have the opportunity to seduce him again, merge with him, and carry out the final task assigned by Master. Thinking of this, Princess Nine of Chu held back her tears, and an imperceptible arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just when she got carried away, a cold male voice pulled her back into fear again. Your Highness, what are you thinking, huh? Master Mo Jun. Lin Xianxian hurriedly knelt down, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she tried her best to make her expression look extremely pious, as Lord Mo Jun has seen. Xianxian has completed the task you assigned, so can Lord Mo Jun fulfill his promise, please forgive my brother, what about one life? Baifeng smacked his lips and was about to speak. A thunderous voice came from the side. Xianxian. Don't trust him. This devil is insidious and cunning, there is no bottom line at all. How could he mean what he says? Besides, the third prince of Chu, who had been tortured to the brink of death, exhausted his last strength and shouted. You remember it for me. I, the royal family of the Lin family, would rather die than. The word Chu was not finished. But he saw a pair of small pink floral embroidered shoes coming towards him, hitting his temple directly. Lin Mo couldn't dodge at all at this moment, and was kicked a foot away. You girl, you are about the same age as the prince, but you are so vicious. Luo Palace is indeed full of scoundrels who should be punished by the day. Lin Mo cursed angrily, then his throat jumped, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. Snored. Sen Xinger withdrew her jade feet, put her small hands on her hips, and glared angrily, you bastard. If you die, you die. How dare you slander my master, it's really annoying. Xinger, step back. Baifeng walked up, patted his disciple's small face lightly, and then looked at Lin Xianxian calmly, Your Highness, I, Bai Qingling, have never lied in my life, let alone lie to women. Don't worry, your imperial brother's life, this deity, well, keep it for now. His words seemed merciful, but they were also helpless. Lin Mo was tortured like this, and he was unwilling to wake up and consume the nine tribulations essence. He really can't kill him for the time being. Therefore, they can only be forced to use BT's second plan. Is it true? Lord Mo Jun. Hearing this, Lin Xiangxian's eyes lit up, and she quickly took advantage of the situation and said, Xianxian knew that Lord Mojun is worth $1,000. On behalf of the Emperor, I would like to thank Lord Mojun for not killing me. After finishing speaking, he quickly rushed to the side of the Emperor, and helped him up. Emperor brother. Did you hear that? Master Mojun spared our lives. Let's go now. This. Although Lin Mo was suspicious, after some weighing, he still nodded heavily. The two siblings were about to leave. But I heard the creepy male voice again. Etc. The two brothers and sisters paused for a moment, and their hearts fell to the bottom of the valley. Baifeng looked coldly and said, Princess, I just said to save your imperial brother's life, but didn't say to let him go back intact. This. Lin Xiangxian's pretty face was pale, and she gritted her teeth and said, Master Mojun, my third brother is already like this. What do you want from him? The deity just said it? Baifeng said, I have refined a top-grade immortal goo for His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Hearing this, Lin Mo was shocked at first, then gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Bai Qingling. This prince knows that you have no good intentions. Forget it. My prince has Mu Sheng's 9 tribulations essence to protect the life wheel. With your tricks, you can't kill me. What kind of poisonous poison do you have? Just come down to my highness. Today. If I, Lin Mo, frown. I am a false child of destiny. I am the same as that trash Xiao Chen. After saying this, Lin Mo quickly glanced at his sister, and apologized softly, I'm sorry, Xianxian, I didn't mean to offend senior brother Xiao Chen. Hey, at this time, brother Huang doesn't need to apologize. Lin Xianxian smiled sadly, rushed to the ghost again, knelt down and wept, and said, Master Mojun. Xianxian knows your tricks. Those tricky poisonous gus of yours make life worse than death. Please look at Xianxian, for the sake of admiration for you. Please spare the emperor this time. She knew better than anyone else, this man's terrifying methods. Earlier, this man fed her the infatuation goo, which directly made her think about this man's perfect and stalwart demon body in her mind all day long. If it weren't for the magic sticker. She even powers out when she walks. His Royal Highness, I assure you that this immortal goo will not only not cause your emperor brother to be tortured, but will make him look brand new and radiant. Baifeng said very seriously. He took out the female falling yin-yang goo exuding a charming aura again. The devil. What the hell is this thing? How dare you speak out? Lin Mo took a deep breath, and a sense of unreasonable fear swept over his body. This is a baby. Baifeng said unhurriedly, this thing can make His Royal Highness the Third Prince into a look that this deity can use. His words are not false. Once Lin Mo swallowed this female falgu, he transformed into the form of Pretty Cure. Then, next, the second layer where his main body liver is buried can be of great use. His Royal Highness the Third Prince did not speak, it seems that he is willing to challenge this immortal goo. Baifeng didn't bother to say much, and looked at the big disciple beside him with gentle eyes, Lixu, I'll leave it to you. Yes, master. Without asking any more questions, Feng Lixu walked over and respectfully took the goo pill from master's hand. Senior, don't be idle, help master protect the Dharma. Baifeng rubbed the head of the dazed young apprentice. Oh. Good. Senior knows. Senior immediately took out the magic forging pot, performed ghostly ways, and summoned a huge ghost servant, who stood in front of the master like a copper wall and iron wall. Baifeng breathed out deeply, breathed out, and after confirming that there was no other suspicious existence in this secret cave. Laugh. Two pale and strong arms ran straight through the sides of his waist. Immediately afterwards, with the momentum of thunder, he stuffed the kidneys, which had been warmed by the water of Yuanling for hundreds of years and filled with powerful water aura, into his body. Along with two rotten and shriveled odoki kidneys that looked like dead wood, they were thrown out of the body. The replacement is complete. Immediately afterwards, near the pierced blood hole in Baifeng's waist, pieces of blue ice crystals instantly formed, completely freezing the blood hole. Next second, there was only a pop, after the crisp sound. The blood hole in Baifeng's waist actually gradually regenerated brand new flesh, and in an instant, it was back to normal without leaving even a trace of blood. Call. Is this the kidney of my white old devil? It's really powerful. Feel the powerful kidneys in the body surrounded by the source of water like a living monster. The corners of Baifeng's mouth rose, and an unexpected ecstasy filled his heart. This feeling of getting rid of decayed parts, replacing it with a brand new motor, and eradicating years of bad things in one fell swoop is simply wonderful. At this moment, he even felt. If it goes back to the night of the hangover in Yuluo Temple that night, not only can I complete the triple kill feat better, it can also soak in the rain and dew, amnesty the world, and pour the red clothes and Lingian sauce into puffs like stars. The past cannot be traced. And next, he, the old devil, wants to let his powerful and selfless love enter every girl's body, warming their bodies and minds. Moreover, if Senior acts recklessly again in the future and forcibly rushes to the master, he also decided not to forgive lightly. The disobedient little disciple must be filled with great love all over her body to make her foam at the mouth. Thinking about it, Baifeng's head suddenly became swollen and hot uncontrollably, with blue veins popping out. Surrounded by the unparalleled magic brilliance, the degree of swelling exceeded his previous experience. Wait. What the hell am I thinking? The purpose of my painstaking efforts to retrieve the body's internal organs is to reshape the peak demon body and have more cards to fight against Mu Zinlin. You shouldn't keep thinking about these next things. Although this is a little butter. But my soul is an aspiring young man with normal 3 views and principles in doing things on earth. Otherwise, how is it different from a horse hero like Xiao Chen? He kept admonishing himself. The surging devil blood in Baifeng's body finally returned to tranquility. However, the brand new kidney in the body, which contains a powerful water spirit, is ready to move, trying to flex its muscles. But having said that, Hong Yujiang's ice crystal jade body, combined with my powerful formless demon body, is really easy to use. Forget it. Although I'm ashamed, I have to admit that my current cultivation and physique are all from my liver, thanks to the beauties of the Kangming section. After finding the other 3 viscera and walking out of the 4 elephants palace, we must pour water on them to bow. With this in mind, Baifeng was no longer confused. After burning the dilapidated Yumo kidney on the ground, with a brand new powerful body, he walked towards the little disciple beside him. At this moment, Senseinger is manipulating the soul of the ghost servant, protecting Master with a small face vigilantly. Hearing movement behind him, he immediately turned around vigilantly. But saw. Master. Seeing the appearance of Lord Tianshen with a warm smile on the corner of his mouth, Senseinger's beautiful eyes lit up, she clapped her hands, and said excitedly, "Have you finished it? That body organ?" "Yes." Baifeng nodded, walked over, and was about to kiss the little disciple's forehead as a reward. However, she found that the little girl had flushed cheeks and was staring at her head with fascinated eyes. "Wow! Master it?" Senseinger covered her hot face, and threw herself into the arms of the master. While pinching his waist with 2 tender white silk legs, he moved the velcro closer, as if trying to test it. Ahem, as you can see, the deity's physical body has indeed undergone some changes. However, it is still short of the last 3 organs from the peak state of the demon body. Baifeng patted his disciple's small face and put her down. It was also at this time that he realized in surprise. Just now. He even used his head to support the weight of this little girl without using any real energy. This is too outrageous. Senior Lai from the previous life, I'm afraid they all have to say hello. Bai Feng gave a wry smile, patted the little apprentice's face and said, Senior, just stay here and don't move. Master, go and see what's going on with your senior sister. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for his apprentice to answer, he came to the door of the hall on the first floor in a flash. Now. Lin Mo stared at the big disciple Feng Lixu with a look of grief. And beside him, stood his younger sister, Lin Xianxian, who looked resentful and helpless. Bai Feng didn't make a sound, covered his breath, and walked over quietly. Sister Lixu, are you satisfied now? You obeyed the devil's will, and I, Lin Mo, obeyed you, swallowed this strange poisonous goo, and voluntarily faced the most terrifying torture. At the end, Lin Mo's handsome face was already full of tears, and he was extremely sad. My affection, do you understand now? Lin Mo, I'm not interested in listening to your wishful thinking. Feng Lixu's pretty face was cold, like a beautiful sculpture, but I think, compared to this ridiculous affection, the Third Highness should understand two other things. What? Lin Mo choked up and said, Sister Lixu might as well say it bluntly, Lin Mo will definitely remember it for the rest of her life. After all, this is the first time you have talked to me so calmly. Feng Lixu lowered her eyes and said quietly, the first thing is, for most girls, once they fall in love with a man for the first time in their lives, it is impossible for them to really like others for the rest of their lives. Women, on the other hand, can treat men they don't like with cruelty beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a pain in his heart, gritted his teeth and said, then what about the second one? The more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive people. Feng Lixu raised her head, with a pair of clear eyes, she looked directly at each other, Lin Mo, from the first time you and I met in Jinwujian Zone to this moment, to me, you are no different from the flowers, plants, and insects around you. There was a slight pause in my heart. It's all your wishful thinking. I'm windy and snowy, so I can't even talk about betraying you. Hearing these words, the third prince of Dachu was shocked first. Then, as if struck by lightning, he backed up again, and finally staggered and fell to the ground. No. Lin Mo beat his chest and stamped his feet, and said with resentment, that old white devil. He has no conscience. He is ruthless. Everyone in the world hates him. I, Lin Mo, am not as good as him. Lin Mo, I want to ask you two questions. Feng Lixu said coldly, first, my master, what did you do to make you righteous people hate him so much that you want to put him to death with all kinds of conspiracies? This. Lin Mo's expression froze at first, and then he gritted his teeth and said, you still have the nerve to ask. How many righteous men have been killed by the white old devil? There are mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the blood kitchen, haven't you seen it with your own eyes? That's funny. Feng Lixu sneered and said, I was locked up by master in the human goo house in the basement of the blood kitchen since I was a child, and I have seen many disciples of the righteous way who were arrested by master, but all of these guys were hugging and trying to assassinate my family. Master, the purpose of becoming famous. My master, as the young demon venerable who has been in the limelight for thousands of years in the East, should he be captured without a fight and just sit and wait for death? Humph. Sister Lixu, you have been completely bewitched by that old white devil. About this issue, I won't quarrel with you. Lin Mo turned his head aside, say it. The second question. Okay, second question. Feng Lixu said. During the 10 years of being an undercover agent in the Jinwu sword sect, I have seen too many hypocritical faces of the righteous sections. I often think about what kind of criterion should be used to judge the good and evil of the righteous and the evil. Who will make such judgments? This is not easy. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and said. People in the devil's way have no bottom line and use unscrupulous means to act. They are born villains. and my Middle-earth righteous way, although it is inevitable that there are insidious and cunning people, but in the face of big right and wrong, few people cross the line. As for who you said should hold the truth, judging good and evil is easier. Naturally, it is decided by Mu Shen, who is highly respected, has broken his own path to immortality, and sheltered hundreds of millions of souls in Yunzhou continent for 6,000 years. Sister Lixu. Since you mentioned Mu Shen, I will persuade you again. The power of Mu Shen is far beyond Bai Qingling's reach. Don't get lost and trapped. There is still time to turn around now. Just as long as you want. Speaking of this, even though he was tortured to the brink of death, the third prince of Dachu still had a blush on his cheeks. As long as you marry Xiao Momo, become my princess and concubine of Dachu. Everything you have done. Mu Shen knows everything. For the sake of my Lin family's royal family, I won't pursue it any longer. As he said that, seeing that the goddess sister did not refute, he was overjoyed, rushed over, and wanted to touch those jade hands that he was thinking about. However, he was sharply dodged by the other party. It's ridiculous and pathetic. Lin Mo, until now, are you still living in your imagination? Feng Lixia shook her head, and said with a sneer, as you said, why would someone as morally perfect as Mu Xinlan collude with Ji Taimei, a member of the demonic way? What's the difference? My master, so far, what he has done to Zhendao is nothing more than revenge, and the methods are violent at best. Mo Junqingling, stand proudly on the top of the eastern land, open and above board. On the other hand, Mu Xinlan is a villain who hides in the gutters and dark alleys, playing tricks. She doesn't even dare to invade Dongtu openly, and fight my master again. So, who is good and who is evil? After hearing this, the two brothers and sisters of the Lin family first had a look of shame on their faces, and then realized what a terrible thing. Yes. Now that the head disciple of Yu Luo Hall in front of me knows that Mu Shen is connected with Ji Taimei of He Huan Zone, then the master behind her naturally also knows it well. Isn't that? The beauty trick is being used, or it may have been exposed. Just when the two brothers and sisters were horrified. Behind him, a low and gentle male voice floated. Lixu, you can understand master, master is very happy. But you play the piano to the cow and waste time. Master doesn't like it very much. Facing the astonished gazes of the three, Bai Feng approached in a flash with his hands behind his back. Master, when are you? Thinking of the words just now, being listened to by the master, Feng Lixiu's cheeks flushed, her red lips parted slightly, and she was about to say something. But it was completely blocked by something warm. I can't speak at all. Master, respect him. He even hugged her waist and hips, and in front of the brothers and sisters of the Lin family, kissed her big disciple. Completely ignoring the brothers and sisters of the Lin family with despair, collapse, and a hint of envy in their eyes. Bai Feng pressed her disciple's red lips tenderly and lingeringly, while taking advantage of the gap between kisses, she said, Lixu, master is really relieved just now. It's just that you forgot to tell His Highness the third thing. No woman is born cold, she is just cold to you. Is that so, Lixu? Yeah. My lord is right. Lixu. Lixu only falls in love with master. After finishing speaking, shame and excitement surged in her heart at the same time, two completely different emotions. She didn't know why such shameful words would come from her proud self. She just vaguely felt. These words should be what the man next to him wants to hear the most. Therefore, as his most trusted disciple, the mistress of Yu Luo Palace, of course you have to satisfy him. Think about it. The great witch of Yu Luo Temple completely let go of herself. While embracing the strong body of the master, she also looked at Lin Mo beside her with her beautiful eyes intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, looking at the woman who I have been thinking about, who I regard as a goddess, pleases other men with such a submissive, even Y.D attitude. Lin Mo completely collapsed, his facial features were distorted by the pain, and he shouted to his younger sister who was also shocked next to him. No. 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 Xian. Kill Brother Huan quickly. Hurry up. He just said that. But found out. Not only did my sister ignore him. On the contrary, as if he had been bewitched and went mad, he looked at the man and woman in front of him with envy and obsession. My God. God's way. The good fortune you agreed to add to your body. You're humming letting me, Lin Mo, die. Lin Mo let out a mournful roar, blood and tears welled up, and exhausted his last bit of strength to drive the remaining true power in his dantian. At this moment, he made his final decision. Not only did he, Lin Mo, not run away. It is also necessary to completely detonate the power of the Nine Tribulations essence engraved deep in his soul by Mu Sheng, and the masters and apprentices of the Yuluo Temple in the Four Elephant Hall, including the unbelievable younger sister. Perish together. Tired. Destroy. It's you. It's you who forced me to blacken the prince. Feng Lixiu suddenly sensed a terrifying power fluctuation, and quickly turned her head to look over. My God. Master, look. Lixiu, don't panic. Baifeng gently combed the big disciple's ponytail which he messed up just now. The next thing is the highlight. Also. Baifeng turned his head and looked at the little princess who had already torn off the magic sticker, Yan /. Princess Xian, don't buckle it too, no, don't be in a daze. Let's witness the birth of your own sister, the number one beauty of the Lin family. This is full of evil words. The wave of terrifying power emanating from Lin Mo's body also came to an abrupt end. Feng Lixiu and Lin Xiangxian's expressions were shocked, and they looked instinctively. I saw that the Third Highness of Chu, who was still hysterical just now, suddenly fell into a deep sleep, with a peaceful expression. Not only that. His appearance is also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The already thick eyelashes became curved and long. On the handsome fair face, the facial features became softer, looking beautiful and moving, like a sleeping beauty. At the same time, the aristocratic hair crown on his head was washed away by a force, and a shoulder-length hair grew out in an instant. The most bizarre thing is, following the third prince, his legs became more slender and round, showing a graceful curve, and his flat chest also sprung up like mushrooms after rain, rising slightly. This. You Lord Mojun. What kind of goo pill is this? Why did my brother become like this? Lin Xianxian finally came to her senses and rushed over to help the emperor up. This moment. She couldn't help being crazy. There are all kinds of emotions in my heart. God. It's too beautiful. Although Brother Wang's facial outline is similar to hers, his facial features are more delicate than hers. Quite a bit of the charm of that celestial female master. Feng Lixiu was too shocked to speak. Cough 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 cough. This is me. At this moment, with a violent cough, Lin Mo on the ground finally woke up. And the moment he opened his eyes, his heart was filled with horror. Yes. As the person involved, no one can realize the change of the physical body better than him. He can clearly feel. The manly part of my body has completely disappeared. Instead. It's kind of weird. Xian. Don't look. You turn around. Sensing the change in his upper body, Lin Mo looked terrified and shy, and quickly wrapped his arms around to block his body. When he raised his head, he found that the goddess sister was looking at him with an unbelievably curious gaze. His heart was even more broken. Don't. Sister Lixiu, please. Don't look at this. This is too embarrassing. It's really too embarrassing. Whoa. He yelled, but suddenly found. The voice he uttered was surprisingly pleasant to the ear, a bit like the third disciple of Uluo Palace, Sensing. Third Highness, the deity gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it, and you were reluctant to use up the 9 Kalpa spiritual essence to escape. There was no way. I can only congratulate you, with the help of rank 6 Immortal Gu, you have completed a glorious evolution. Why don't you just change your name, Linmoer, how about it? Then came a low, slightly mocking male voice. A tall black shadow completely covered his slender body. Lin Mo raised his head in horror. Just saw that terrifying demon body as tall as a sky tower. At this moment, this man is looking at himself with playful eyes. Damn it! This devil can't be thinking. At this moment, Lin Mo felt desperate and felt unprecedented fear. Yes. Even when he was burnt by this white old devil just now, he was never so afraid. After all, he is now a daughter. And looking at the appearance of this devil, I'm afraid he didn't deliberately turn him into this, and then make him alive. No. No. At this moment, under intense fear, Lin Mo finally completely let go of the pride of the son of destiny, the arrogance of the royal family, and burst into tears. Master, you want to? Feng Lixiu managed to recover from the shock, and asked the master at the side. Bai Feng waved his hands lightly, with the corners of his mouth raised. Lixiu, take this prince. No, your highness, third princess, go to the next floor, we need him. Yes. End of this chapter. I love the demon lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Zhi Shi Shui Bao. Chapter 136. According to the root in his memory, Bai Feng skillfully bypassed several magic circles, and led the 2 apprentices, as well as the sister flowers of the Lin family, to the entrance of the 2nd floor of Xiangji Palace. Push open a bronze door. Standing on the platform where the 4 of them stood, they looked forward. As far as the eye can see, it is a cold and damp stone room with strange and evil patterns carved on the walls around it. At the end of the stone chamber, indescribable blood-colored vines were planted. At this moment, these plants are constantly swinging like twisted monsters. Look carefully. At the center of these vines, there are round stamens that look like human faces, shrinking and shrinking, looking ferocious and evil, as if they are longing for something. If Bai Feng remembers correctly, the name of the 2nd floor is Lost Soul Stone Chamber. It is also one of the most abnormal dungeon scenes for Xianlian, a little butter. In the previous game, the player who played Xiao Chen had to complete a series of perverted challenges before he could pass through these vines and reach the bronze gate on the next floor. And my main body liver is hidden in the top root of the vine, warmed with the most quintessential Odoki spirit. Bai Feng murmured in his heart, and unconsciously frowned. Turn out to be. In his mind, the memory of the 4-elephant extreme palace is not complete. In particular, there is no clue about the details of how Bai Qingling tamed these vines and buried his liver. The memory in the middle seemed to be erased by someone, and a vacuum appeared. It's quite similar to before, when the related memories with Yurong were sealed up. According to the plot of the game Immortal Love, Xiao Chen, who is played by the player, deliberately abducted 3 saintesses of the Hehuan sect before going to the Xiangji Palace. And threw one of the saints into the interior of this Odoki Fuji Immortal, sacrificed it, and finally made the vine fall into a deep sleep, and successfully passed the level. It stands to reason that with Bai Qingling's personality, when he encounters such a vine blocking the way, he will definitely use the 9 Yi burning heaven art to burn it clean. However, he needs to warm and nourish his liver with the spirit of Yumu inside the vine, so it can't be so simple and rude. So, maybe, like Xiao Chen, he caught a few innocent saintesses and threw them in to feed these disgusting vines. After all, according to the setting, this immortal Odoki Teng has long since died, leaving only a body that longs for the moisture of a female body. It must be satisfied before it can completely fall asleep. Bai Feng thought about this and didn't think about it anymore. Just about to act according to the original plan, a sharp female voice suddenly came from behind. Bai Qingling. You devil. Kill me if you have the guts. You trash. You can't resist Mu Sheng's 9 tribulations essence, so you use such a vicious goo pill on me. You are too despicable. Bai Feng turned around calmly. Looking indifferently, the Third Highness of the Great Chu, who was bound by the bliss desire to immortal and demon binding rope with all kinds of curves, was wrong, it was the third princess. At this moment, with the violent struggle of the third female highness, the rope became tighter and tighter, and the bottom rope even directly strangled in. Ah! It hurts. Sister Lilix, you and I got to know each other somehow. Why are you tied so tightly? Lin Mo yelled hysterically, his snow-white and pretty face was flushed red. Sorry, Your Highness. Feng Lixu said expressionlessly, Tiger has to be tied. You claim to be the son of destiny, and according to the will of heaven, you deal with my master. It is already kind that this girl didn't strangle you to death. You. Ah. Lin Mo's cheeks were flushed red, and he wanted to say something. As the rope completely sank somewhere in his body, his slender legs convulsed, his beautiful eyes rolled up, and he seemed to have fallen into some kind of madness. Brother Huang. Lin Xiangxian's heart ached when she saw it, and she knelt down in front of the phantom again. Master Mo Jun. My brother has swallowed that goo pill as you wished, and has become such a man and woman appearance. I beg you, hold your hand high and spare his life. Now he can no longer pose any threat to you. He ignored Princess Nine of Chu's begging for mercy. He didn't even feel any pity for the two brothers and sisters in his heart. Bai Feng looked straight at Sen Xing'er beside him. Xing'er, have you recorded it all with the photo stone? The gesture of the Third Highness. Well, Master, please take a look. Is this okay? Sen Xing'er poured mana into it, and extracted the picture of the picture stone. However, Bai Feng shook his head, you don't need to show this deity. We should let Mu Xinlan take a good look at this thing, and let that woman know that the so-called son of destiny will die in this deity's hands. Well. Yes. What about Mu? It's so disgusting. Speaking of the woman who has been persecuting her master, Sen Xing'er clenched her fists and her face was fierce. You kid, things are getting easier and faster. Bai Feng nodded, and lovingly stroked the little apprentice's ponytail. At the end, he suddenly realized something, and looked at the big disciple Lixu who was beside him, and added, just like your big sister, the master is proud of you. Finished. After rewarding and stroking the disciples for a while, Bai Feng came step by step, with his red lips parted slightly, and his tongue sticking out to breathe. The son of destiny, whose expression was already a bit disfigured, was wrong, next to the destiny's lady. It was also at this time that he noticed. Below Lin Mo, some shiny things have already appeared. Tisk, what a shame. Third Highness, tell me that you are well behaved. Why did you come to Dongtu to mess with the deity? Bai Feng shook his head, took out a Velcro seal, and threw it into the hands of Lin Xianxian who was at the side. Your Highness, put it on for your royal sister, you should know how to use this thing. This. Lin Xiangxian's beautiful eyes widened, her cheeks turned red instantly, and she was completely at a loss. She naturally knew where this thing should be posted. After all, if it wasn't for this thing on her body, she would have been so close to the devil. Mo Jun, there are some things that are different between men and women, especially between brothers and sisters. This is not good. Lin Xianxian lowered her head and said. What? Do you despise your imperial sister? Bai Feng raised his eyebrows. This deity only said the last time, she is already a daughter from head to toe at this moment. If you don't paste this thing on it, then later, when this deity sacrifices her, she will lose her body chastity. Of course, the right to choose all this lies with you. Bai Feng spread his hands, then turned around and said no more. In fact, for him, when this daughter of destiny is sacrificed to Yumavine later, it doesn't matter how she will be violated. He, the old devil, didn't care at all. The reason why he thoughtfully proposed to let his younger sister Lin Xianxian put a magic sticker on her was just to defeat Lin Mo's last line of psychological defense. Indeed, Lin Mo has Mu Xinlan's 9 tribulations essence and the blessing of great luck, so it is difficult for external forces to obliterate him. But it can make it mentally collapse and destroy itself. Just imagine. What could make people more devastated and desperate than seeing the most shameful side of their female body with their beloved sister? Wait, did I go too far? Forget it, Lin Mo, the day he decides to accept Mu Xinlan's mission and get rid of me and become famous, he should be prepared to accept this kind of tragic ending. Win the king and lose the bandit, you have to blame yourself, you have no one to blame. With this in mind, Bai Feng was frank and urged coldly, Your Highness, don't you want to do it? Lin Xianxian tightly held the velcro in her hand, and looked at the hesitant brother, who was tortured by the rope, blushed, and had a distorted and depraved expression. At this moment, she unexpectedly discovered it inexplicably. In this state, Brother Huang, Sister Huang, is even more charming. If she were a man, she might not be able to help but rush up and beat her hard. No, we can't delay. If I don't go, there will be only this devil and a man at the scene. With his perverted temperament, he might do something excessive to Brother Huang. But, Sister Huang. I kept convincing myself in my heart. Lin Xianxian bit her lip, took the velcro seal, and walked to Brother Huang's side step by step. Now, this emperor brother seems to have reached a certain state. The beautiful eyes were dull and empty. The black hair was disheveled, and the strands of hair brushed against the beautiful flushed face. Under the collarbone, the thing that was bound by the rope and showed a sunken state was shaking constantly. Oh my God, Brother Wang's figure in this posture is too good. If there are no side effects, I would be willing to take that goo pill. Lin Xianxian looked at her ordinary chest and said enviously. Fiber. What are you going to do? Lin Mo spoke in a nonchalant manner, trying to turn his face away, not wanting to look directly at his sister. Sorry, brother. Xianxian has no other choice. Now we, brother and sister, are deeply involved in the situation, and there is no possibility of turning back. Xianxian can only obey the devil unconditionally, gain his trust, and carry out Master's plan. Don't worry. After going out, Xianxian will definitely do her best to cooperate with Ji Taimei to cut off the head of this devil's dog, and to avenge your shame today. Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth and said, wiped away the tears from her cheeks, and firmly approached the emperor's side. Etc. Slim you. What are you going to do? Be sober. Your imperial brother is a man and not a girl. Seeing his sister kneeling below him and grabbing his trouser legs, Lin Mo burst into tears. However, what made him most desperate was not that his sister obeyed the order of the devil, but the moment he let out a loud cry. He found the depths of his own heart. Already identified with their current gender. Him, Lin Mo. It's a girl. Because just after something disappeared from the body. When the rope restrained him, his body was surprisingly happy. Your Highness, if you don't do anything, only this girl will do it for you. At the moment of Lin Xiangxian's last hesitation, a cold female voice came. It is the object of the Emperor's bitter love, the big disciple of the devil, Feng Lixu. No. If Brother Huang sees himself becoming a sister with the person he likes with his own eyes, I'm afraid, he will be completely desperate and kill himself, right? Suddenly thinking of this, Lin Xianxian tightly held the velcro with her trembling little hands. Ah! Elder sister, don't want it? He's dirty, so don't touch him. Senior on the side quickly hugged the senior sister. Although she has a small brain, she doesn't quite understand why Master Shizun made such a decision. She even felt that she was somewhat cruel to this Prince Chu. But Lord Tianxian must have his deep meaning in doing this. Please ask the two witches to avoid it for now, okay? Lin Xianxian plucked up her courage and said through gritted teeth, my imperial brother offended the demon lord and should be punished severely. But he is a descendant of the royal family, the son of Tian Xiao. Can you give him the last bit of dignity? Yes, but please trouble her royal highness, and finish this matter quickly. Seeing that the master at the side closed his eyes and meditated without saying anything to stop him, Feng Lixu said coldly. After finishing speaking, he took the hand of the little junior sister and came to a place not far from the Yuma vine. Ah! Senior sister! These things are disgusting. Senior is scared. After getting a closer look at the faces of these distorted monsters, Senior was so frightened that her legs became weak and she threw herself into the arms of her senior sister. Then you have never seen anything more terrifying. Feng Lixu hugged her junior sister and said with a wry smile. Yes, when the evil lines on her abdomen were activated, the ferocious tentacles transformed by the master couldn't be easier to see than these. Strangeness. Now that I think of these things, why don't I feel a trace of fear and disgust, instead, an inexplicable expectation? Maybe it's because I realized that this is also a way of Master's great love. Feng Lixu murmured in her heart, she couldn't help pursing her red lips vigorously. Hey, I don't know when the next time will be. Oh my god. Senior is still by my side, and I, a senior sister, actually want to talk to Master. I really deserve to die. After condemning himself, Feng Lixu looked towards the royal brothers and sisters in the distance. She saw that His Highness the Third Prince, who was so beautiful that she couldn't recognize her, was already ashen-faced, and was muttering something in his mouth. Brother Huang, no, Sister Huang, my father always taught us that people should learn to adapt to the general trend. Now that you have become like this, it is better to accept the status quo with peace of mind. As long as you find a way out today, you will definitely have a chance to turn things around in the future, is not it? Lin Xianxian soothed with tears. Yes, if it is said that she was still lucky about the attitude of the emperor's daughter before, and felt that there was a possibility of recovery. Then just now, when she put the magic sealing strip on the emperor brother, she looked at the delicate and charming, budding, much prettier than herself. She totally accepted this fact. It's Miss Huang. Not Brother Huang. After hearing what his sister said, Lin Mo's tears flowed down his long eyelashes, and he murmured like a dream. Xianxian, listen up. I'm a man. I'm not, and I'm not a girl. He kept repeating, and at the end, it turned out to be, I am a female Jiaoyi, woo woo woo. Okay, it seems that the magic sticker has been placed. Bai Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a pair of eyes, cold and stern. Third princess, next, it's time to use you. After saying that, his figure flashed and turned into a phantom of a black dragon, picked up Lin Mo who was on the ground, and threw it into the center of the hideous vines. At the same time, it seems to have sensed the arrival of the beauty's body. Those withered, dilapidated, clumsy swaying vines, as if fully awakened, suddenly stood upright, and began to grow and extend at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next moment, the dense vines, like the palm of a living person, spread out in an arc, completely enveloping the body of the girl of destiny. At the same time, feeling countless vines and touching his body, Lin Mo's long white legs kept swinging and struggling, and the fear in his heart reached the extreme. After a while, with the excited sound of rusting from the vines, the girl's screams spread throughout the stone room. "Ah! You disgusting and despicable monsters, let me go. Lin Mo. I am a descendant of the great Chu Emperor, from this world. Daughter of Destiny At this moment, on the stone platform about 100 steps away from the pile of Umuratan immortals, the three beautiful girls looked at the place where the three great Chu princesses were suffering with different expressions. Since the vines are too high, from their perspective, it is impossible to see what is going on inside. However, from the unpredictable and desolate screams of the third princess, one can roughly deduce something. Brother Huang, you have suffered. Today's shame will be repaid by this devil 100 times in the future. Lin Xianxian closed her eyes, and a line of tears rolled down her cheeks. The other side. Listening to Lin Mo's cries that became more and more perverted, Yulo Dian Ermei also frowned, anxious and curious in her heart. Seeing Lixu, close your ears and wait for the ceremony to complete. Bai Feng sat cross-legged and said calmly. Huh? Ritual. Sensing cat-like eyes turned around and became even more curious, dare to ask the master. No, master, is this ceremony related to our breakthrough? Yes. Bai Feng replied. Then what is the specific content of the ceremony? Can you tell Senior? Seeing that the master answered her dotingly, Senior was delighted and asked again. Hear this question. Feng Lixu and Lin Xianxian also walked up unconsciously and listened attentively. Naturally, they are also extremely curious about this. It's just that he was afraid of the majesty of the man in front of him, so he didn't dare to ask questions. Senior, you just need to know that your master is a person of great love. This move is to reward His Royal Highness the Third Prince for obediently taking the goo pill, which will make him happy physically and mentally. That wood spirit shell obediently made way for us. It can be said to be a win-win situation, a big win-win situation. Bai Feng said seriously. Ah. Senior was taken aback for a moment, and then curled her lips. This is not good. That guy took advantage of the senior sister all day long and insulted her reputation. It would be considered lenient for us not to impose the death penalty on him. How could it be? Give him rewards and make him happy physically and mentally. Senior, how angry. As she spoke, she boldly walked towards the center of the group of vines step by step. Why should I reward that annoying guy? Senior is so cute, shouldn't she be rewarded? As she thought so, her little face got closer and closer with excitement. You Senior? You stop for this deity. Sensing the disciples' movement, Bai Feng also panicked a little, opened his eyes suddenly, his arm turned into a long black dragon scale claw, quickly grabbed the disciple and pulled him back to his side. Huh? Senior looked at the tense master in front of him in a daze. Didn't the master say that those vines were rewards? That's a reward for Lin Mo, it has nothing to do with you. It's best not to move around for your deity. Bai Feng said coldly, Lixu, look at your junior sister. Yes. Master. Feng Lixu came up knowingly, and took her junior sister aside. At this time, Bai Feng seemed to sense something. It's getting closer. He looked serious and murmured. What? What did Master mean to say that it's getting closer? But Ji Taimei is here. Feng Lixu said tentatively. You don't have to ask about this. Bai Feng shook his head and said no more. Yes. Just now. He once again felt the icy breath of that magic sword in the depths of the cave. And this time, with the help of this familiar sword energy, he completely visualized the appearance of this magic sword. This is an azure blue handle, like an ice crystal gem, magnificent and incomparable, a fairy weapon. That's right, it's different from the false immortal artifact Shijuyan Luozan that he got out of the treasure chest before. This sword. It's a real magic weapon. In terms of power level, it is on the same level as Mu Zinlan's 9 Tribulations life essence. From the moment I opened the Sixiang Pole Palace, I visualized this magic sword, a vague image. But now, This image is getting clearer and clearer. Does it mean that it is getting closer to my position, even? On the next floor. Bai Feng's eyebrows sank. Yes. The Empress Yin once told him very firmly that Bai Qingling used to be good at swordsmanship, and possessed a natal magic sword called Xinyan. At that time, although Bai Feng dismissed it with disbelief. At that time, I remembered this matter in my heart. It really didn't take much effort. This sword has such a strong bond with me, there is a high probability that it is the Xinyan that Queen Yin mentioned. As long as you find this sword, you will not only increase your strength greatly, but also awaken Bai Qingling's memory sealed on the sword, just like the time at the Flame Demon Tower. Fill all the gaps in the past. Thinking of this, Bai Feng's heart throbbed. At this time, the wails of the Daughter of Destiny in the distance completely disappeared. Bai Feng glanced at the surrounding stone walls. I saw that the evil pattern engraved on it was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And as these evil lines gradually disappeared, the group of vines in the distance gradually withered and shrunk, revealing a pair of beautiful legs with transparent skin, white and straight. Huh? These Odoki bodies, are they satisfied so quickly? It seems that the Daughter of Destiny is really extraordinary. Bai Feng narrowed his eyes and said. Well, it's almost ready. Princess Yen, you can visit your imperial sister now. Lixu, Xing come with me as a teacher, let's go and get back a good thing. Yes. Master. At the same time, the holy land of the Hehuan sect, the paradise of paradise. Not long after the host, Ji Taimei, was forcibly stopped by the Queen of Yin, the heads of the 8 major demon sects also showed up. The once-in-a-100-year magic festival in Dongtu is officially open. Throughout the paradise of paradise, the crowd was surging, whispering to each other, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Host on the high platform. A handsome man with a middle part and wearing a black and white ghost robe was spitting and speaking the official speech. Although his tone was high-spirited and excited at the moment, with a smile on his face. But deep between the eyebrows, it is not difficult to see the deep aggrieved and anxious. Now, on the seat of Kangming sect, one of the 8 great demon sects, the Empress of Yin, Han Jiniang looked at the tall beauty not far away, and said with a secret method, I am Jiniang. Ah! Xiao Qingmei was taking a nap, she was taken aback for a moment, her beautiful eyes glanced over casually. You want to ask about Bai Qingling's whereabouts, don't you? I don't ask. Han Jiniang's beautiful eyes were downcast, and her expression was a bit lonely. He doesn't want to tell me himself, so how can I deserve to ask? You. Xiao Qingmei's expression showed a little embarrassment. She waved her hands and said, damn, this is a matter between you young people, and I can't care about it from now on. No. Han Jiniang shook her head and said, I just want to ask my mother 2 questions, and I feel at ease after asking. Yes. Scholars are procrastinated, you can especially get rid of it. Women are procrastinated, you can't get rid of it. That man can be ruthless and withdraw at any time, but she, Han Jiniang, can't do it at all. The first intimate contact of Zaixing building. Romantic love stories in the pink ocean in the secret place of Daowen. And that night, pretending to be husband and wife, lying on the same bed for the first time, covered with the same quilt. How could Han Jiniang let go of these memories? Hey, tell me, Xiao Qingmei sighed softly, from now on, I can only answer as best I can. You just locked Ji Taimei's aura and prevented him from leaving the scene. Is that what the man meant? Yes, Xiao Qingmei nodded slightly. Good. Han Jiniang nodded, pondered for a moment, her cheeks turned a little red. Second question. I beg your mother to tell me, that bad man. Is he all right now? End of this chapter. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. I love the Demon Lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Zhi Shuebaoao. Chapter 137. Chapter 136. Girls. Let's help the deity practice together. Empress Jiniang, who lost her numbness. 6 Yangji Palace, inside the second floor. Under the guardianship of 2 disciples. Bai Feng easily took out the liver that had been nourished by the spirit of Yumu for hundreds of years, and replaced the puppet liver that was almost exhausted in his body. Feeling the purer and purer devil blood in the body under the powerful metabolic function of the body's liver, Bai Feng was extremely satisfied. This once again confirmed his initial impression. The happiest moment in the world is when you feel the transformation of your physical body and strengthen it. Not bad. The aspect of the heart, the fire of the source spirit, the aspect of the kidney, the water of the source spirit, and the aspect of the liver, the Tong Tianjian Muo, take them all back. Now I have tons of 3-phase power. Only the last 2 items are spleen phase Emperor Empress Earth and lung phase Haoran Gangjin. These 2 internal organs are all hidden on the 3rd floor. Once the innate power of the 5 elements is perfectly integrated into this formless demon body, the strength of my physical body will reach the peak of this world. That's the upper limit of the numerical value in the previous life game. The real strongest man in the world. The Devil Emperor of the New World. There's only me like this. I can replace the Demon Emperor, and let Sister King Mei's super long succubus body completely surrender to me. Ahem. Did I make a mistake? Forget it, it's not important, let's take a step and watch one. Bai Feng looked excited and clenched his fists tightly, as if he had grasped the power of 10,000 June. Under the flying magic robe, the strong and tough abdominal muscles were exposed, highlighting the perfect lines full of strength. Owner. Bai Feng was feeling emotional. I felt a soft touch in my stomach. Bow your head. It was to see a pink and lovely girl with twin ponytails who looked like a porcelain doll, sticking her red face to her abdomen. Senior, don't mess around. Right now, our business is only half done. Bai Feng originally wanted to reprimand her disciple, but after thinking about it, this girl has indeed been extremely well behaved since she entered the 4-elephant palace. The praise is still to be praised. What's more, she can still be used on the next 3rd floor. Immediately stroking the little apprentice's hair, lowered his voice and said, forget it, I promise you, I will definitely do it after I retrieve all the organs in the 4-elephant extreme palace and reshape the peak demon body. The first to give you unparalleled love. Great. Sensing excitedly kissed Master's abdomen with her small mouth, and clenched her little pink fist, Senior. I'm looking forward to it. After all, she saw that the elder sister did not follow. Quietly pulled up the hem of his skirt. Since the velcro had been torn off long ago, and the girl had cut a small hole in some part of the white silk of the panties, so that Senior, you. Bai Feng felt his scalp go numb. He thought that he didn't feed this girl the infatuation goo. How could it be more exaggerated than Lin Xianxian in just such a short while? Senior, listen, in the future, don't act so perversely. Seeing that the girl was becoming more and more arrogant, Bai Feng quickly showed the style of a master, and said coldly, after you go out, you will change into a brand new pair of socks, and you are absolutely not allowed to cut them privately. How decent is this? Woo woo woo. Senior hugged the master's strong waist tightly, and said with an aggrieved face, no, it's not that Senior acted recklessly to make it like this. Why is that? Bai Feng frowned, you girl, you still dare to argue. Senior blushed and said weakly, it's because the master likes to pet Senior anytime and anywhere. In this way, it will save a lot of trouble. After all. At the end, she rested her chin on her hands and put on a cute smiling face, everything about a puppy is born to serve its master. Flutter. Hearing this, even though he had tried his best to get used to the private relationship with the young apprentice, Bai Feng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. At the same time, the kidneys in the body, which were fused with the source of water, suddenly worked. Immediately afterwards, his muscles swelled up, and his head swelled, as if gathering indestructible and supreme power, which could tear apart the sky. Forget it, you forced me to be your teacher. UN kidney activate. In an instant, the devil's blood surged up. Bai Feng couldn't care less, lifted Sen Xing'er up by the waist, and wanted to test his brand new body. Just then, a voice came from behind. Master, are you all right? Hearing this voice, Bai Feng suddenly woke up, and quickly put the little disciple with a disappointed face off his head. Ah, it's Lixu. Bai Feng raised his eyebrows, then sisters of the Lin family, what's the matter? Feng Lixu said, reporting to Master, that Lin Mo was a little emotional, and wanted to take revenge on Master, but was stopped by his sister. So, do you want disciples to give those two brothers and sisters a good time? No need. Bai Feng waved his hand. Lin Mo is protected by a fairy weapon, you can't kill him. As for Lin Xianxian, keep it for now. Stay here for now. Feng Lixu's eyes sank, and she couldn't help asking, Master, Lixu has always had a question. Go ahead. Bai Feng nodded and said. Feng Lixu came over, first forcibly pulled the junior sister who was stuck in the arms of the master, and then said slowly, Master, since you already know that Lin Mo and Ji Tame colluded and wanted to kill you, then, don't you suspect that this matter is also related to Lin Xianxian? When Lixu was an undercover agent in Zongtu, I often heard that this ninth princess of Chu was arrogant and savage by nature. Even her childhood sweetheart, Xiao Chen, was often bullied by her. But she is surprisingly cute in front of you. Don't you think it's strange? Maybe this girl is also part of Ji Tame's and even Mu Xinlan's plan. She finished speaking word by word, and quickly added, Sorry, Master, this is just Lixu's humble opinion. Son, you are very accurate in your judgment, I am very pleased to be a teacher. Bai Feng stretched out his hand, caressing the icy pretty face of the big disciple. I'll tell you the truth, Master, Lin Xianxian is not only inseparable from Ji Tame and Lin Mo's conspiracy, she is also an extremely important part. After hearing this, Feng Lixu nodded heavily, yes. This disciple also feels the same way. This girl bears the burden of humiliation, so she must have a big plan. It's a pity that her big plan was doomed to fail from the very beginning. Bai Feng sneered and said, I want to make that Mu Xinlan lose his apprentice and lose his army. It's so painful. Disciple, Feng Lixu's eyes widened, what does Master mean? That's right, Lin Xianxian is Mu Xinlan's secretly accepted apprentice, and this matter can be regarded as a high-level secret of the righteous way of Middle-earth. Bai Feng said, Lixu, it's good that you know this in your heart, don't reveal it in front of Lin Xianxian, and disrupt your plan as a teacher. Lixu. Got it? Feng Lixu nodded. Okay, Xing'er, come here too. With one hand, Bai Feng embraced Lixu's slender waist, and with the other hand, he waved at Xing'er who looked disappointed. Disciple pays homage to master. Sen Xing'er walked up in 3 steps in parallel, and gave her senior sister a resentful look. Xing'er, Lixu, Lingyan stays at the palace this time, you two are the only trusted assistants by my side. Next, on the 3rd floor of the Xiangji Palace, maybe, some unexpected situations will happen, and I need your help as a teacher, and even, need you to sacrifice something. Bai Feng decided to pave the way for the 2 disciples first. After all, this 3rd layer of secret realm opened up by the ancestor of the Hehuan sect is really crazy. Go through fire and water. Master. Feng Lixu said without the slightest hesitation, her eyes sparkling. What about you, Xing'er? Bai Feng looked at the young disciple who was dazed aside again. Star. Sen Xing'er pursed her mouth, and said quietly, Xing'er's heart, Master. Master, don't you understand? Xing'er hopes more. When Master encounters a dangerous situation and needs to sacrifice sacrifices, the first thing that comes to mind is Xing'er, and he will not be the second choice. Hearing this, Bai Feng was frightened for a while. It's over. This girl's sickness is getting worse and worse. Junior sister Xing'er. Feng Lixiu seemed to understand the emotions of the junior sister's words. Feng Lixiu slightly frowned and said, if the senior sister has neglected you in some way, you can just say it bluntly, and you don't have to insinuate in front of the master. No, there is no Xing'er. Sen Xing'er shook her head, and looked innocently at the master next to her. But Bai Feng felt a little headache watching it. Of course he could see it. Ever since he poured great love into Lixiu, this big disciple almost regarded himself as the mistress of Yuluo Hall. Therefore, the two junior sisters are stricter than before. This included that as long as Lingyan and Xing'er acted excessively with him as a master, she would immediately stand up and scold her. Along the way, the three teachers and sisters were friendly on the surface, but they had a lot of unhappiness in private. This is also the reason why he didn't bring his second disciple, Lingyan, with him in this action. Yes, no matter how ruthless he is, old devil Bai, he is still helpless. They are all apprentices brought up by themselves, and the palms and backs of their hands are all meat. What's more, they all left their own great love in their bodies. Okay, Xing'er, Lixiu, don't argue, I know what you are thinking. Forget it, some words, I will say it again as a teacher. Bai Feng intentionally put on a sad look, and embraced the two disciples at the same time. You three, senior and sister, are equally important in my heart as a teacher. There is no such thing as higher or lower, in other words. You guys. They are all the wings of Master. And your quarrel will only make Master's heart ache, you know. Listening to Master's earnest words. The two teachers and sisters were lying on the broad chest, and their eyes were red at the same time. Master. It's Lixiu's fault. The eldest disciple of Yuluo Palace who has always dared to love, dare to hate, and has a straightforward personality, with red eyes, gritted his teeth and said, Li Shui shouldn't be jealous of junior sister Xing'er. Heart of love, teach the two junior sisters. After finishing speaking, he held his junior sister's little hand and said sincerely, Xing'er, it's wrong to be a senior sister before. How tolerant you are. No no no. No. Seeing the elder sister whom I admired the most since I was a child, confessing to me so humbly, Sen Xing'er also cried, Xing'er is not as good as the two senior sisters in doing things since she was a child. Master treats Xing'er well. It's just pity for this little Xing'er, just stupid. Elder sister and second senior sister, you are Master's favorite disciples. Xing'er is the one who envies the two senior sisters. As she spoke, she followed Master's abdominal muscles and slid her head to senior sister's soft chest. The two girls looked at each other with tears in their eyes, and smiled. Very well, that's right. Seeing the two disciples reconciled in his arms, Bai Feng felt extremely relieved. Perhaps. This is the power of great love. With the help of this time, he even figured out a way to solve the ultimate Shura field between Yuerong and Jinyang in the future. At this moment, a weak girl's voice came from a distance. Master Mo Jun. The three masters and apprentices looked together. Then I saw a girl wearing a gorgeous palace dress, holding a naked body and long-haired beauty who looked somewhat similar to her, and walked up. It's Brother Lin. No, Sister Lin. Looking at the third prince of Chu who had completely fainted, from his body to his facial features, he had completely turned into a beautiful woman. Sen Xing'er followed Feng Lixiu, both shocked and a little bit unbearable. Indeed. Even before a stick of incense, this third prince of Dachu was still a bloody young man. What's wrong with him? Thinking of this prince of Great Chu who was about the same age as her, Sensing felt compassion and stepped forward. Did those Yuma puppets hurt him? Senior, don't worry about it. Feng Lixu stepped forward and pulled her junior sister back. Lin Mo planned all the time to kill Master, and now that his plan has been revealed, he deserves what he deserves. After all, perhaps thinking that the other party was a daughter with her, she took out an enchanted cloak from the purple mansion, and threw it over. Your Highness, you, put this on your imperial brother. Well, thank you, Miss Feng. Lin Xianxian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and wrapped the cloak around the emperor's brother. After finishing everything, she looked at the cold and tall phantom again. Master Mo Jun. My emperor brother disrespected you just now, and now he has suffered enough punishment. I beg you boldly, because Xianxian treats you for the sake of loyalty, spare the life of brother Huang. Tisk. Baifeng smacked his lips and said, Your Highness, didn't you listen to what your brother said just now? He is protected by the natal fairy artifact of that Taoist Suanv, and this deity can't obliterate his natal soul for the time being. So, you don't have to ask me. Lin Xianxian shook her head and said, Xianxian knows that Xianxian wants to ask the demon lord to take us two brothers and sisters away from the terrible lascivious den of Xiangji Palace. Oh. Baifeng said with a half smile but not a smile, isn't your brother Huang in contact with Ji Taimei? Let this brother Ji come and save him. It stands to reason that it should be so, but I don't know why. Lin Xianxian said, with some doubts in her eyes, when brother Cai was awake, he told me what happened to Sect Master Ji, and he never responded to his call for help. Oh, that's how it is. Baifeng nodded calmly. But in his heart he sneered secretly. There is the most powerful female demon Jiu in the east, and Yinho looks at that little chicken. Where can he fly to? Master Mo Jun. Lin Xianxian put the emperor's brother on the ground, ignoring the eyes of the other two girls, and knocked the head of the noble princess to the ground heavily. Xianxian doesn't expect Lord Mo Jun to forgive my royal brother. I only hope Mo Jun can understand one thing. Oh? What's the matter? Baifeng said expressionlessly. Lin Xianxian raised a small face with blood streaming from her forehead, and said devoutly, Brother Huang is Brother Huang. Xianxian is Xianxian. Brother Huang colluded with that monster Ji Taimei to persecute the demon venerable. Xianxian doesn't know anything about it. It doesn't affect Xiangxian's longing for the demon venerable and her determination to serve you all her life. In the end, the ninth princess of Chu, weeping and tearing, once again grabbed the ground with her head. At this moment, the harder she knocked, the more her body hurt, and the killing intent in her heart became more determined. Yes. She is very clear. Brother Huang has come to such a point. Next, whether he can overthrow the devil in front of him, avenge the emperor's brother, and complete the master's plan is all up to him. You must not let the emperor's brother sacrifice in vain. Well, your royal highness, I actually underestimated you. Baifeng was somewhat surprised. He never expected it. In the original game, the unruly and self-willed little Princess Chu, who is condescending all day long and scolding others, has become so mature and restrained in front of him, bearing the burden of humiliation. There is even a faint taste of a tragic heroine who fights against the big devil alone. Isn't this a different kind of training? An interesting plan suddenly came to mind, and the corners of Baifeng's mouth rose slightly. Your Highness, whether I am willing to fully trust you depends on your next performance. What does Lord Mo Jun want Xianxian to do? Lin Xianxian glanced at the silent man in front of him. Would you like to follow the deity to the next level? Baifeng asked coldly. Lin Xianxian was taken aback for a moment, and then said tentatively, Xianxian just saw Lord Mo Jun, and has retrieved the main body kidney and liver. Could it be that there are other main organs of the Mojun on the lower floors? Are you talking about the deity? Bai Feng raised his eyebrows. No. Xianxian dare not. Lin Xianxian quickly shook her head, and buried her head very low. Xianxian. I just care about the demon lord. Besides, Xianxian is willing to follow the demon lord to the ends of the earth. Very well, your words make the deity very satisfied. Come on, your royal highness. Bai Feng showed a rare and seductive smile, and stretched out his palm lovingly towards the great Chu princess, perfectly merge with this deity, and then, let's reach the highest point of Xiangji Palace together. Yes. Xianxian is willing to follow. Facing this handsome and evil man in front of her, Lin Xianxian found that she didn't have the slightest resistance in her heart. Not only that. I am also extremely eager for the integration that the man said. Even, this has nothing to do with Master's entrustment, and has nothing to do with revenge for the emperor's brother. It is purely driven by a physical instinct. The next moment she realized that her thoughts had changed. Lin Xiangxian's cheeks became flushed, and under the skirt, a pair of slender legs with beautiful leg rings were also pinching uncontrollably. Oops! Did that hateful infatuation goo work again? Ah, fortunately there are magic stickers. I have to say that although this man is perverted, he is extremely caring. She thought so in her heart. Unable to control himself anymore, he walked step by step towards the big devil who had a blood feud with him. Just when she closed her beautiful eyes and was about to fall into his arms. One tall and one short, two curvy figures stood in front of him. You! Don't touch my master! Your Highness, please respect yourself. Feng Lixu and Sen Xinger said in unison. After the two teachers and sisters finished speaking, they couldn't help but looked at each other and nodded at each other. Bai Feng saw it in his eyes, but he was very happy in his heart. He was still thinking about how to show down with Lixu in the future, and his private relationship with Xinger and Lingyan. Now it seems that Lin Xianxian is the best tool man. Good. Women's personalities are generally like to reconcile and compromise. For example, he said to the old devil that if they want to open a big harem in Kangmingzong, spread great love, and teach people without discrimination, they will definitely not allow it. But if he proposes to convey great love to women outside the Kangming sect, they will often come out to reconcile and allow him to open an internal harem. Ahem, okay. Bai Feng waved his hand, signaling the two disciples to back off. Your Highness, since you have expressed your loyalty, I will wait and see. Follow me to the third floor. Yes. Seeing that the devil put down his guard against him and invited him to go with him, Lin Xianxian was overjoyed and was about to follow. But suddenly realized something, and said timidly towards the three masters and apprentices who were walking away. Wait, Master Mojun. What's wrong? Bai Feng raised his eyebrows. Do you still have magic stickers? Lin Xianxian looked at the emperor's brother behind him, blushed and said, thanks to you, my emperor's brother was able to remain chaste in the encroachment of the pile of wooden puppet vines, but the magic power of the magic sticker was soaked, but it could no longer be used. So that's what happened. Bai Feng thought for a while, and said, the next floor is unnecessary. This deity wants you guys to work together to help me practice. The existence of magic stickers will only get in the way. Ah! Hearing this, Lin Xiangxian's beautiful eyes widened, and her heart jumped wildly. Feng Lixu also frowned slightly, trying to figure out something. As for the other little princess of Yuluo Palace, she was already full of love, and she clenched her fists excitedly. Bai Feng stopped talking and left with a cold face. The moment of passing through the third layer of Copper Gate. At the same time as feeling the stronger call of that demonic sword and sword spirit. He also smelled a sense of obscenity that he had never felt before. Towards the center of the hall on the third floor, looking into the distance. It was seeing an unforgettable scene of him in this life. So this is the third floor. Damn it, reality is even more perverted than the painting style in the game. I hope it won't overturn. Bifeng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were blazing. The devil's blood also began to burn. At the same time, the main altar of the Hehuan sect, the Paradise of Paradise. The Magic Alliance Conference is in full swing. After the host Ji Taimei finished her speech, the heads of the 8 major demon sects spoke separately. At this time, on the seat of the Kangming sect, there was a beautiful girl with blue hair and shawls, with a nervous expression on her face, and her small hands clenched her robe until it was wrinkled. Red clothes, don't be nervous. You are one of the 3 most powerful sects in the East, the master of Kangming, and your status is only higher than the masters of the other 7 demon sections. Han Jiniang looked at the nominal niece, and comforted her gently. Auntie, Hong Yi, it's not that you're nervous, it's just. Speaking of this, Ye Hong Ai blushed, and sighed faintly. Hong Ai misses the godfather a little bit. Such a grand occasion like this should be attended by Hong Yi and the godfather hand in hand. Han Jiniang smiled Pucci, I can't see that your attachment to your godfather is no different from the love between father and daughter. Okay. Ye Hong Ai lowered her head, her cheeks turned even redder. Godfather loves Hong Ai very much. He came to Hong Ai's bedroom alone at 3 o'clock the night before yesterday, and poured water on me, bah. Tell me to behave well today. What? Han Jiniang's face changed, your godfather went to see you last night. Yeah, not only that, the godfather also told me where he will go today. Ye Hong Ai nodded, and then asked with concern, what's wrong with auntie? You don't seem to be looking right. Han Jiniang's eyes turned red instantly, she covered her face with her hands, and wailed in her heart, bad man. You clearly said that you are going to do a big event today. Before that, you can't see anyone, and you can't tell anyone. However, you bastard, you went to meet Hong Ai in secret. You pig's trotters. You didn't say a word of truth. Woohoo. In the end, the beautiful and noble Mrs. Shura Palace actually cried out loudly. The surrounding Kangming sect disciples saw it, and were extremely surprised in their hearts. Yin Ho, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed, but was actually eavesdropping, also shook her head and sighed secretly, Xiao Qingling, you boy, you are really hateful. If you dare to betray Yurong, this queen will not spare you. Hey, what qualifications do I have to condemn him? I'm sorry for Yurong, but I have a share as a master. She suddenly thought of the 2 spiritual cultivations, the scene where the 2 souls collided, and her heart was beating wildly. At this time, Han Jiniang next to him asked again, by the way, Hong Ai, didn't you say that your godfather told you where he went? Ye Hong Ai nodded, and lowered his voice, Auntie, you are not an outsider, and Hong Ai will not hide it from you. The godfather didn't want to say it at first, but it was wrong for him to instill great love that night. Anyway, Hong Ai performed very well last night. The godfather told me everything for the sake of Hong Yi's filial piety. She paused, and said word by word. He told me that he will go to a place called Sixiangji Palace today. What? Sixiangpol Palace. Han Jiniang's face darkened, and she stood up suddenly. She used to be an alternate saint in the Hehuan sect, so she naturally knew it. What an exciting place it is. Xiao Qingmei, who was on the side, also looked shocked, and looked this way. Wow, the legendary 4-elephant palace. You brat. Why don't you invite the Empress to such a fun place? I love the Demon Lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Zhi Shi Shui Bao. Chapter 138. Chapter 137. Carnival Party with Disciples. Ji Taimei vs Yang Queen. 6,000 words. Sixiangji Palace, The third floor. The pavilion of bliss and desire to immortals. Looking at the extremely erotic scene in front of him, Bai Feng was completely stunned. In the original game in his previous life, he had brushed the copy of Sixiang Jiagong many times, thinking that he had already made sufficient preparations. Did not expect. The scene in reality was even more perverted than he imagined. Look up. The entire hall on the third floor was completely converted into a sleeping palace. And in the middle of the hall where the three masters and apprentices were facing each other, there is a huge golden bed that can accommodate dozens of people. Numerous pink curtains pour down from the dome and hang down the edge of the bed, constructing a private bed space. This made the whole hall more luxurious and obscene. This is... Feng Lixu's heart beat faster and her cheeks were flushed. Mama quickly scanned around, and finally, her eyes locked on a mural named Picture of Immortals Mission. At this moment, not only did her heart beat faster, she also felt a little dry-mouthed. Yes. She is not very familiar with the double repair moves on other murals, but for this one, she has a strong sense of substitution. Earlier in the inner cabin of the Black Dragon chariot, Master Shizun used this kind of moves throughout the whole process, pouring great love into her and helping her grow. Master. She slightly parted her red lips, raised her head shyly, and glanced at the tall phantom beside her. At this moment, Yu Guang noticed something. The little junior sister who is ignorant of the world is staring excitedly at the bright cat-like eyes, carefully observing the scenes on each mural. That pure and lovely little face. Not a trace of shyness. Yes, just excitement, and scholarly piety. Wow, this place is amazing. Although nearly half of these moves, the master has practiced with Xing, but there are still so many things I want to try. For example, that fierce tiger descends the mountain. For example, that trapeze man, the flying fairy. Xing wants a master right now. Since Xing's beautiful eyes shined, and the little hand that was holding master's arm tightened even tighter. Xing. Children, don't look. Only then did Feng Lixu come back to her senses. She quickly stretched out her hand and covered her junior sister's eyes. What she didn't expect was, my senior sister showed some love and care. This little junior sister didn't appreciate it at all, not only swung her hand away, but took a step forward, trying to see it more clearly. Young junior sister. Feng Lixu said anxiously, you are still a child, you can't see these filthy things. Do you know? Master, that's not the case. Let's not say that Xing has passed the age of G. Sen Xing shook his head, and immediately looked forward with his beautiful eyes obsessively, and said with blushing cheeks, there are some things, Xing has tried, and he has become an adult. Tried it? Feng Lixu's pupils shrank, and then, unconsciously, she looked at the silent master beside her. But the next second, under the aura of the man who is not angry and arrogant, she quickly withdrew her disrespectful gaze, and scolded herself severely, Feng Lixu, you really deserve to die. How can you speculate on your master like this? Master, he loves Xing so much, how could he bear to treat her? Cough cough cough. Just as the atmosphere was full of embarrassment, a man coughed from the side. Lixu, Xing, as you can see. Bai Feng shook his magic robe, stood up straight, and tried his best to make himself, a master, look stern and stern. This is the third floor of the Four-Elephant Palace, the pavilion of bliss and desire to immortals, and it is also the place where Master's fourth body organ is buried. After listening to Master's words, Feng Lixu and Sen Xing on the side also withdrew their thoughts and asked in unison. Dare to ask Master, where is it? Over there. Bai Feng pointed to the golden bed in the center of the hall. Did you see that Gengjin bed, and the plaque on the head of the bed? Only after completing the ceremony described on the plaque, the lungs hidden inside the Geng gold bed for the master, can be restored will show up. Ah! Sensing was slightly taken aback, then took a few steps forward, carefully reading the words on the plaque. I saw the words on it: if future generations want to break open the golden bed and get the innate Zhengjin Qi inside, they must first integrate and practice the exquisite moves recorded in the murals with two Taoist couples of the opposite sex to the depths, and enjoy the ultimate happiness in the world. The breath of pleasure dissolves the restraint inside this bed. This, the text on it is so obscure, Senior doesn't understand. Senior said with a blank face, and turned to look at Master and Senior sister. Fen Lixu hurriedly stepped forward, pulled her junior sister back, and said with a look of embarrassment, Senior, you, don't worry about it, let alone know, it has nothing to do with you as a child. After finishing speaking, he looked back at Master Shizun behind him with a blushing face, and deliberately used a secret method to transmit sound. Master, if you want to open this golden bed, is there any other, more serious way? No. Bai Feng shook his head and sighed softly. This Xiantiangang gold treasure bed is the last immortal artifact refined by the ancestor Wang Zibo of the Hehuan sect before his ascension. Apart from opening, other methods are definitely not feasible. If the deity forcibly destroys the restriction with external force, maybe it can be done, but it will definitely damage the internal organs. What he said is really true. In fact, in the original game, in order to enter the palace and find the treasure, Xiao Chen kidnapped 3 professional Hehuan sect saints in advance. He sacrificed one of the Yuma puppets on the 2nd floor. As for the remaining 2 saintesses, they naturally helped him. They shattered the golden bed restraint with live ammunition and fused Bai Qingling's 7th gold lung. Trying his best to get rid of unnecessary shame, Bai Feng stared at the disciple tenderly with his handsome eyes, waiting for her decision. Yes. His original plan was also to follow Xiao Chen's example and kidnap 3 acacia saints on the road, and enter the 6 Xiangji palace together. It's just that the appearance of Senior and Lixu made him change his mind. As the saying goes, great love does not flow outside the field. It's rare to have such an above-board sex drive. The opportunity to spread great love and improve the skills of dual cultivation, of course he, old devil Bai, can't miss it. In the first tough battle with the fusion of the powerful Yuan kidney, you must compete with your own family. Is that so? Fen Lixu murmured, her glamorous Yuji's pretty face turned even redder. At this moment, she felt shy and flustered, but also felt a little heavy. As a disciple, as the master's only companion in this life. To help the master break through the restriction, take out the internal organs, and reshape the demon body, she is naturally duty-bound. But, as stated on the bedside plaque, this shameful ceremony unique to the Hehuan sect requires the cooperation of 2 Taoist companions at the same time. Not to mention whether she, Fen Lixu, would like another woman to share her husband and master for righteousness. Apart from her, only junior sister Senior was present at the scene. If it was the 2nd junior sister Lingyan, she would recognize it. After all, Lingyan had already become a big girl. But Senior is so innocent. Even if she, the senior sister, is cruel, and the master who has been silently loving the 3 sisters, can he do it? It's an unsolvable deadlock. Damn it, the dirty ancestor of the Hehuan sect. Fen Lixu cursed in her heart, but her heart became more and more blocked. Suddenly, she thought of something. A pair of beautiful sword eyebrows twitched suddenly, and instinctively looked behind him. That's when she saw that Princess Lin Xianxian of Great Chu, carrying the comatose imperial brother, no imperial sister, staggered and slowly followed. This Lin Xianxian is so obedient to master, and no matter what her plans are, she can be used as a tool. In order for master to fulfill his long-cherished wish and reshape the demon body, I can bear this tone, but I don't know, master can accept it. Fen Lixu thought so, and looked again at the tall and burly spectacle like a sky tower in the distance. When he saw that, the pale handsome face in the shadows, with deep and sad eyes, seemed to be in anxiety. Feng Lixu's heart ached for a while. She stepped forward with her long legs, trotted a few steps, and wanted to hug her master, but found that little junior sister, who is ignorant of the world, has already wrapped her small body in the master's wide magic robe, and clings to her face coquettishly. Ah, seeing her, she. Feng Lixu frowned slightly, and was about to pull the little junior sister out. Next moment, seeing the master sticking out his big hand and caressing the face of the little junior sister, he didn't seem to be disgusted. She suddenly recalled a scene from before. Yes. When she just arrived in Shuiyu City, she was in the city lord's mansion, and saw master and junior sister hugging tightly. It seems now the two of them can't get it right, long before her, already. After all, Master Shizun's kiss that night was so proficient and seductive, even though he claimed to be his first kiss, but this is too self-taught. Master. Feng Lixu's eyes turned red instantly. She gritted her teeth and said, Lixu dares to ask, Senior and you. She didn't finish her sentence. Call out. A tall black shadow flashed to her side, touching her breath. Master. She looked startled, her heart beat faster, and she wanted to ask something. A pair of warm big hands have already passed through her single ponytail, caressed her neck, and embraced her whole body. The next moment, under the gaze of her looking up in astonishment. That man who is like a teacher, like a father, she has admired and admired all her life. Looking at her with a lonely and heartbroken look that she had never seen before, she said, Lixu, don't use your malice to speculate on Master's great love for you sisters, okay? In this case, even Master will be sad. Master respects me. Looking at the domineering Master in the past, showing such a heartbroken appearance, Feng Lixu felt distressed and burst into tears. It's Lixu's fault. From then on, Lixu never dared to presume about Master again. How to solve today's situation? Lixu is completely at the command of Master. And, speaking of which, she wiped away her tears, completely let go of her old arrogance, and leaned against her master, completely revealing the soft and charming side of a girl. Master, please use Lixu's body and mind freely. Hearing this, Baifeng's demon body trembled, and he felt that the source kidney in his body was about to activate immediately, reaching its limit. Lixu, Master is very touched by your filial piety. While Baifeng was talking softly, stroking the tip of the big disciple's hair, he lost no time in turning to the side, and the little senior who was left out in the cold made his eyes secretly. Stars are coming. Seeing the master beckoning to him gently, the worry on Sen Senior's face disappeared in an instant, and she rushed over. Together with the big sister, snuggle up in the strong arms of the master. Clinging close to master's chest, he looked at each other with the little junior sister who was close by. Feng Lixu still couldn't let it go. She blushed and said, Master, Lixu still has a question in her heart. Go ahead. Baifeng said with a gentle expression, before the three of us, master and apprentice, work together to overcome this filthy acacia restriction, I will remove all doubts in your heart as a teacher. Master and apprentice, hand in hand. Could it be that master really wants seen her? Looking at the little junior sister who fluttered her big eyes and looked forward to it, she didn't know what she would face next. Feng Lixu couldn't bear it. He choked up and asked, May I ask master, what method did you use when you first came here to place your body's lungs inside the golden bed for warming? After hearing this, Baifeng couldn't help but tremble in his heart. What the hell? This girl really got the point. In fact, in his mind, the memory details of the first time he entered the Sixyangji Palace are very vague. Even the familiarity with the terrain mechanism here is entirely due to the fact that he played the original game in his previous life. In his opinion, It is absolutely impossible for a man like Bai Qingling, who is so cold and indifferent and has a deep obsession with cleanliness, to have anything to do with a few emotionless saintesses of the Hehuan sect like Xiao Chen. Therefore, there is only one possibility. This buddy directly kidnapped a group of holy sons and daughters of the Hehuan sect, and used them as tools to push all the way for him to reach the top. Lixiu, this master will tell you in the future. Bai Feng looked directly at the big disciple, his handsome eyes were sincere, and he said word by word, "I promise for the teacher." What he said was somewhat sincere. Yes, he has a very strong intuition. When he entered the deepest part of the Xiangji Palace, found the magic sword that was constantly resonating with his soul, and unlocked his memory about the way of the sword. Everything about Demon Lord Qingling. It will be completely revealed to the world. Good. Lixiu believes in Master. Feng Lixiu nodded heavily, wrapped her hands around Master's waist, tiptoed, and leaned into the latter's ear, whispering, "Master, Lixiu knows how to cooperate with you, but Lixiu still has a final obstacle in her heart." "Well, tell me." Bai Feng nodded. "Xing'er is really too simple, she doesn't understand adult matters in the world, what's more, she will marry in the future." "So?" Feng Lixiu's eyes were red, and her tone was almost begging. "Then the other candidate, can it not be Xing'er? Or is there any other way?" "Yes. This is the only thing she can't let go of at this moment. As a big sister, she has been practicing outside all the year round and has seen countless things. Many things, even if you don't experience it yourself, you have heard of it. Therefore, when she first accepted Master's great love, she was not nervous in her heart. Instead, she used this to pour out her admiration from childhood to adulthood all at once. But Xing'er is different. Not only is she young and knowledgeable, her body is also petite and exquisite. If it is true that Master's magnificent and domineering spirit can be merged into it like a monster from outside the sky, this girl will cry miserably, right?" With this in mind, she simply squatted down and looked at Master Shizun even more humbly and beggingly. Bai Feng pondered for a while, then nodded, "Do you think Master has the heart? The other candidate, of course, is not Xing'er. Say it." Regardless of Xing'er's disappointed little eyes in her arms, he waved his hand towards the stunned Princess Xianxian in the distance. "Your Highness, it's time to show your loyalty to this deity." "Me? Is Lord Mojun calling me?" Lin Xianxian was sending true energy to Brother Huang, trying to wake him up. Hearing this, she couldn't help being taken aback. "It's you." Bai Feng nodded. "Look at the words on the bedside plaque first. If you don't want to, I can force myself to ask your comatose imperial sister to help me." Hearing this, Lin Xianxian was shocked. She first read it carefully, the words on the plaque. With his heart beating faster, he shook his head crazily and said, "No. Don't. Please don't do this, Lord Mojun." After finishing speaking, she actually knelt down and begged with tears, "I beg Lord Mojun to let Brother Huang go. Xianxian is willing to help you." She knew in her heart that with the proud temperament of the emperor's brother, if she woke up and found that she was being tortured by the most hated big devil, wouldn't he kill himself on the spot? In this way, with the fall of his last son of destiny, all Master's plans will be lost. With this in mind, Lin Xianxian didn't dare to delay any longer. With true energy released, he tore off the armor on his body, and ran towards the distant phantom in a white body. However, just a few steps away, she was about to throw herself into the arms of that handsome devil. A female figure stood in front of her. "No. No way." Feng Lixiu stared coldly at the little princess statue who threw herself into her arms, and said through gritted teeth, "You. No. You don't deserve to touch my master. Wind girl, you." Lin Xianxian also clenched her teeth. She has been arrogant all her life, and she has never been angry with anyone except the man in front of her. All of a sudden, he didn't back down, bypassed the opponent, and continued on. Court death. As soon as Feng Lixu's expression became cold, the Danghun demon sword was about to come out of her body. Lixu, stop. A coercive male voice dispelled her killing intent instantly. Holding Xing'er's little hand, Bai Feng walked over, sighed helplessly, Lixu, Lixu. Do you want to keep your crippled body as a teacher forever? You clearly know that if the teacher wants to get back the lungs and remove the restriction of the golden bed, there is no other way but to complete the weird ceremony. Now Princess Xianxian asks Ying to help, but you react like this. You really are. Let me disappoint my teacher. Bai Feng shook his head, and closed his eyes with a painful face. Seeing Master's disappointment and loneliness, Feng Lixu also looked miserable, and she shed tears. I'm sorry, Master. Lixu didn't want to hinder you. Lixu just only. Facing the gazes of the three present, the corners of her lips twitched, and she hesitated to speak. In the end, my heart beat and I said, Lixu just doesn't want to share with the women outside, Master. As soon as she said that, Sen Xing'er, Lin Xianxian, and Bai Feng, who were on the side, were all shocked and didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Bai Feng cleared his throat, and winked at the little apprentice at the side again. Xing'er, do you understand the painstaking efforts of senior sister? Xing'er knows. Sen Xing'er nodded obediently, took her senior sister's arm and said, Senior sister. Xing'er is also a good disciple of Master just like you. You should dedicate everything to Master. Ah. Feng Lixu bit her lip, and said with a shocked expression, you know. Well. Xing'er is not illiterate. Of course she understands the content on the plaque. While talking, Sen Xing'er took the hand of the elder sister in a very sensible way, and walked towards the golden bed of Nyata together. Xing'er, hello. Feng Lixu's cheeks were flushed, she didn't know what to say, she just sighed, you girl, you are really sensible. Seeing the seriousness of the elder sister, Sen Xing'er opened the curtain gracefully, and raised a tender white silk leg, stepping on the bed. Immediately afterwards, turning around, under the sway of the twin ponytails, a delicate and flushed little face looked at Master, and winked playfully. Xing'er's dearest Master, what are you waiting for? Bai Feng, square root. With the three masters and apprentices, they began to practice. The surrounding curtains all hung down spontaneously, blocking the view inside. Looking at the constantly shaking human silhouette on the curtain, Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth in her heart, all kinds of emotions surged up. She was about to tear off the magic sticker and use traditional skills. But I heard a whisper from the side. Xianxian, am I dead? God. It's Brother Huang. The Emperor must never let the Emperor know that his goddess Lixu has died. Lin Xiangxian's heart tightened, and she rushed over. At the same time, the main altar of the Hehuan sect, the Paradise of Paradise. With the meeting of the Magic Alliance, the curtain officially kicked off. The host Ji Tame came to the stage again to deliver a speech. However, the young suzerain of the Hehuan sect did not invite the leaders of the other 7 major demon sects to speak on stage as usual. Instead, using true energy to transmit sound, he said to every master of Dongtu present in the palace with a mysterious face. Everyone in the audience is listening. Tell everyone a surprise news. Actually, the real location of this Demon Dao conference is not in the Paradise of Paradise, but I am the 4-elephant palace in the southeast of the Holy Land of the Hehuan sect. Not only that, maybe everyone has noticed. The most famous young adult in our Eastland Demon Dao for nearly 100 years, the godfather of the Kangming sect, Demon Lord Qingling, is preparing a feast for us at the Sixyangji Palace at this moment. What a big surprise! As soon as he made these unnatural remarks, the tens of thousands of demon masters in the audience were shocked. Above the main hall, there is complete silence. Empress Yin, there are tricks. Han Jiniang hurriedly looked at Empress Yin, who was sleeping with her eyes closed. You girl, what are you in a hurry for? Read the book before the method. The most powerful female demon cultivator in Dongtu suddenly opened her eyes, and the magic brilliance appeared in her eyes, with a threatening aura. I love the demon lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Ji Shi Shui Bao Ao. Chapter 139. Chapter 138. Lin Mo is completely awakened from the femininity. The four viscera return to the original. Lonely. Cold. In the daze, the completely collapsed body finally had a sliver of consciousness. Enduring the severe pain in his body, Lin Mo slowly opened his heavy eyelids and tried his best to support his body. Where am I? Lin Mo recalled the past carefully. The last clear memory of him was actually being hugged by that devil and thrown into the group of scary vine puppets. After that, under the encroachment of the group of haggard and twisted vines like corpses, he quickly lost consciousness. Follow up. That's right. Xian. I remember that I just woke up once. Then Xian rushed over, and I was stunned again. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he hurriedly looked around. Finally, in the center of the distant hall, on the edge of the layered curtains, I saw the beautiful figure of a young girl in a gorgeous palace dress and wearing a red hairpin. At this moment, that beautiful figure was looking at the inside of the curtain obsessively, her figure trembling constantly. My God, this girl is here again. Shame. You girl is so shameful. My Lin family is ashamed of you. Lin Mo's heart collapsed and he roared angrily. Under the rush of anger, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the body that was finally supported fell heavily to the ground. No. Can't. I can't die yet. Mu Sheng said it. This nine tribulations life-protecting essence is a high-grade fairy weapon that she cultivated with the merits of the 9 worlds. Even if only half of the mana is left, it is enough to protect me. Unless someone who has crossed the catastrophe takes a life-threatening blow, no one in this world can erase my life wheel. Of course he, old demon Bai, can't either. In other words, today, I am the only one who can kill myself. And the white old devil should have calculated this. He wanted to torture and humiliate me to make my Dao heart collapse and cut off my heart. That's it. I can't let him get what he wants. I'm different from Xiao Chen. I'm the only true destiny in this world. Wait. Something seems wrong. Forget it, it's not important. In an instant, the third prince of Dechu rekindled his fighting spirit, gritted his teeth and stood up straight. However, it is at this moment he found that due to the change of his physical body, the front of his upper body was actually stretched open by something. Immediately afterwards, gilug, some snow white and round objects just popped out. Oh my God. I really turned into a girl. So, everything brought by that strange goo pill is not an illusion. It's reality. Lin Mo howled in despair, tears rolling down his long eyelashes. Yes. Until now. He finally accepted this reality. He, Lin Mo, is the most popular third prince of the Chu royal family. Turned into a peerless girl. Old devil white. I will kill you 1,000 times in the future. All. No. Enough. Lin Mo bit his lower lip tightly, suppressing the shame in his heart, and wrapped his clothes tightly. Forcibly restrained the plump and round thing that was not inferior to that Lixiu's sister. Yes. The real child of destiny dares to face all reality. Now that he has turned into this form, maybe it is God's will. So he's going to do it. Just accept reality. Accept your new self. Then, find that man 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times, and get revenge. Hey, it's my own body after all, how can I despise it? Forget it, starting today. The old Lin Mo is dead. Now I am Her Royal Highness the Third Princess of Chu, the vengeful saint from the righteous path of Middle-earth Lin Moer. Bai Qingling. Don't regret it? You chose all of this. With this in mind, Lin Mo wiped away his tears, took out Sister Lixu's headband that he had always cherished, and raised his long black hair with a shawl. Then, with a pair of long white and slender legs, she walked towards the younger sister whose body was shaking more and more. She quietly came behind her sister. He was not in a hurry to wake up the other party. Instead, he said in an extremely disappointed tone. Xian Xian, you know what, you let me down. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiangxian's delicate body was shocked, and she turned her head suddenly. Just saw a big beauty who was slightly taller than her beautiful eyes were flushed, and she looked at her with resentment. Brother Huang. Lin Xianxian was so frightened that her body trembled suddenly, and she unconsciously let out an ah sound. Immediately afterwards, perhaps the emotion reached a critical point. Laugh. Direct. Fortunately, she reacted in time and put the Velcro on it skillfully. Brother Huang, I'm sorry, Xianxian should be by your side. Lin Xianxian bowed her head guiltily and said. Call Miss Huang. Lin Mo closed his eyes in pain, as Mu Sheng said, flesh and blood are nothing but mirrors, but the spirit of the righteous way is immortal. As long as we have one breath left, we will smash Bai Qingling into pieces, and show off for the righteous way. As for the other things, what's the importance? Ah! Lin Xianxian widened her beautiful eyes, a little unbelievable. Brother Huang, do you really think so? Lin Mo frowned slightly, and was about to speak a few words to comfort his sister. Suddenly, a suspicious conversation came from behind the curtain. Ah, Master, 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 Lixu really loves you so much. Really? Where's Xing Er? An extremely calm and composed male voice asked. Whoa. Xing Er, be good, listen to senior sister. Don't look. This. Hearing the increasingly fierce fighting sounds coming from inside, Lin Mo's eyes widened and his whole body shook. Yes. Although she has now become a girl. But the soul is not completely changed. For that Lixu sister's admiration, she has already implanted it deep in her soul. So. She could clearly distinguish the female voice who was panting the most and had the most charming tone just now. It was the goddess who had always been indifferent to him, Sister Lixu. Brother Huang, no. Sister Huang. Don't look. Please. That old white devil is just studying how to lift the restriction with his two apprentices. Lin Xianxian blushed, and quickly pulled Sister Huang back, trying to block her view. However, the reborn queen from Nirvana remained motionless. A pair of wet red eyes stared intently at the blurred silhouettes of many people on the curtain. Let go, Xianxian. Today, I want to see the real thing. I want to see how embarrassing that Sister Lixu, who is like a mysterious girl from the 9 heavens, will be under the power of that devil. This is also a way to completely settle with the past third prince, Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook off her younger sister's hand, suppressed her violent heartbeat, and walked up step by step. As she lifted the curtains one after another, she got closer and closer to the golden bed. The cheerful dialogue between the master and the apprentice became more and more clear. It's getting harsher. At this moment, she can even use the last layer of curtains to get a clear glimpse of a tall, standing man's body. And on the opposite side of the man. On the other hand, there are two long-haired, curvaceous figures with shawls on their knees. These two beautiful figures looked up at the man with a pious attitude, as if they were waiting for some kind of gift. Next moment, as the man's body swayed slightly, the angle changed. She caught a glimpse of some flicking monster again. God! The body of this monster is really. After all, he was once a man. Of course she knew that it was. In an instant, the hatred in her heart was raised to the limit again. Damn it, Sister Ligzhu. What kind of aloofness do you pretend to be on weekdays, and you don't eat the fireworks of the world, but under the tame of this devil, you are still so obedient. Look at your posture. How different from that poodle. Shame. What a shame. I, Lin Moer, as the daughter of destiny in this world, unilaterally deprived you of your human rights. Lin Moer clenched her fists tightly, her round and soft eyes were like a sharp sword shining with cold light at this moment. It would only die when it saw blood. But the next moment, she suddenly thought of something. Daoxin, which was finally reshaped, felt a burst of collapse again. Yes, what qualifications does she have to condemn this former goddess sister? To know. As the daughter of destiny, she didn't even protect her younger sister who grew up with her since she was a child, so she was bewitched and brainwashed by this devil. Recalling that day, my younger sister, who was self-willed and proud since she was a child, said to the devil with a heart full of love, "It's such an honor to be the dog of Lord Mojun." She felt like a needle was pricking her heart. That's all. The matter has come to this, I have to find an opportunity to stay away from this devil, and rediscuss the countermeasures with Ji Taimei and Mu Sheng. She awakened herself again. In fact, she couldn't lie to her heart. The reason why she is eager to leave this ghostly place at this moment is because she is afraid that the devil will torture herself into the form of her younger sister. Think about it. Don't dare to delay. Lin Moer took one last look at the silhouettes of many people on the curtain, and then ran towards the exit of the hall. Miss Huang. Where are you going? Lin Xianxian was sinking into self-blame at the moment. Seeing Sister Huang rushing out, she quickly followed. Slim. Lin Moer adjusted her breathing, and once again regained her old royal demeanor. She said calmly, "Tell the Emperor no, sister, you are now surrendering to the devil, will you?" From the heart. I. Lin Xianxian was shocked, and then looked at the golden bed in the center of the hall with a look of fear. You don't have to be afraid of the devil eavesdropping. Lin Moer caressed her younger sister's face, and said firmly with her beautiful eyes, "Just now I went to that side of the bed, even though there is a layer of curtains, I can still tell that the man is giving the two apprentices a kiss." What? Ms. Huang, might as well be more straightforward. Lin Xiangxian's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said curiously. You. Unexpectedly, my sister was so curious about this kind of thing. Lin Moer frowned. Anyway, you believe in the Emperor. The current state of the white old devil is already in a state of ecstasy, forgetting himself. It is impossible for him to be distracted, eavesdropping our conversation. So, at this moment, Miss Huang just wants to hear the truth. She choked up and asked. What are you thinking in your heart now? Don't lie. Okay. Seeing this strange yet familiar imperial sister, she burst into tears and begged. Lin Xianxian also had red eyes, shook her head, and said word by word, "Sister Huang, you really underestimate your sister. From the beginning till now, there is only one thought in Xiangxian's mind, and that is, fulfill the great entrustment of the master, merge with the white old devil, take the opportunity to absorb his innate devil energy, and assist Ji Taimei in the next round of killing. This idea has never changed. I am a descendant of the Lin family. Swear to the death." Well said. Lin Moer burst into tears. Sister Huang is proud of you. It's just. Do you have to dedicate yourself to that old devil? She bit her lip, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Just now she saw with her own eyes that the former goddess sister has been completely killed by the monster of the devil. And now? Is she going to lose her sister again? Hey, Xian is also unwilling in every possible way, even disgusted. But helpless, the set of soul-absorbing skills taught by Master can only be used in that situation. Lin Xian frowned, looking aggrieved. Old devil Bai. You really deserve to die? I, Lin Moer, will spare you from reincarnation at all costs in this life. Seeing her sister's helpless look, the Destiny's daughter was heartbroken and angry. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were embedded in his flesh, seeping out blood. Just then, clatter! There was a crackling sound in the distance. The two sisters looked together. It is to see the thick curtains around, all lifted by a powerful force. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, stirring endlessly around the entire hall, making people breathless. That is the aftermath of the powerful ban breaking. The two sisters realized this at the same time. Next moment, under the stunned eyes of the two, the huge Gangjin treasure bed in the center of the hall completely revealed the whole picture. On the bed, a tall man in a magic robe bent down leisurely, opened the mechanism on the bed, and took out a golden brocade box from inside the bed. And behind the man, two curvaceous girls, one tall and one short, were snuggling together. Sweating all over his face, he looked at the man in front of him with anticipation and admiration. One of the girls with twin ponytails even sneaked up to the man's knees, with a smile on her face, cleaning up the man's body obediently. He looked at the magical box in his hand that contained his lung physique Xian Tian Zhengjin. Bai Feng is undoubtedly extremely refreshed at this moment. He didn't even notice the warm and cool touch coming from his head. Tisk tisk, according to the prohibition rules left by the ancestor of the Acacia sect, I thought it would take a whole day to break the restriction, but I didn't expect it. It only took 2 hours, and it was done. Is this the power of Yuan kidney? From this point of view, Jinyang, Yuerong, and Empress Yin are the happiest. It's a perfect first experience. Of course, Xing and Lixu's contributions are also indispensable, especially Lixu, this girl, she's totally thinking about it. He murmured excitedly. Bai Feng looked lovingly at the big disciple with a ponytail on his face. Lixu, come here. This time you can take out this thing, you have contributed a lot, you are qualified to open it for Master. Yes, Master. Feng Lixu blushed and nodded. After tidying up her clothes, she walked over as she said. It was also at this time that she discovered that the little junior sister actually seen you. Hey, elder sister, I got to know you again today. Feng Lixu bit her lip, feeling mixed feelings in her heart. Thinking of this little junior sister just now, instead of being shy, she pushed herself. She is even more dreamlike. God. In the entire Yuluo Palace, she and that Lingian second junior sister are probably the only ones who are the purest, right? Don't dare to think about it anymore. He didn't even dare to look directly into Master's eyes. Feng Lixu took the brocade box and opened it carefully. Come into view. It is a golden piece, as if bathed in holy light. It is a living creature that is constantly shrinking and beating. If you investigate carefully with your soul, you can even feel the fantasy vision of gold and iron horses, swords, and soldiers on it. As you can see, this is to use the innate chi of Zhengjin for the teacher to warm the lungs of Suanjin that have been nourished for 100 years. Bai Feng gently stroked the tip of the big disciple's hair, and immediately took out the body lung. However, he was in no rush to replace. Then, turning around, a pair of dark and stern eyes stared at the Lin sisters in the corner of the hall. Princess Xian, when do you want to see it again? Huh. Come here soon, you have already been approved by the deity. Forget it, the next one is the last floor. It's also time for the deity to instill great love for you. Lin Xian. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. I love the Demon Lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Ji Shi Shui Bao Ao. Chapter 140. Master Mo Jun, are you telling the truth? Are you really willing to bestow great love on Xian Xian? Lin Xiangxian's pretty face flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she looked at the ghost on the golden bed in the distance in disbelief. She waited for this moment for too long. You know, these days, she has endured humiliation and tried to please this man in every possible way, but what she got in return was at most a reward of patting his head. The distance really merges with each other, and there is still a long way to go. But now, God finally opened his eyes. This man finally let go of his vigilance. This also means the suffering of the imperial brother, the great entrustment of the master, and the expectation of the elders of the royal family are today. It is necessary to make a complete conclusion. Master Mo Jun. Xian Xian is willing to stand on the saddle for Lord Mo Jun. I will serve you to the death. After exchanging glances with the imperial sister next to her, the little princess statue rushed forward in 3 steps at a time. However, just when she excitedly came to the bedside, ready to hug and kiss the demon body that she had been thinking about day and night, but 2 figures stood in front of her. Your Highness, please respect yourself. You don't touch my master. Feng Lixu and Sen Xing'er said in unison. After finishing speaking, the 2 girls looked at each other and held hands. In each other's eyes, there is a feeling of sisters and teachers who share the same hatred. Bai Feng watched quietly from the side, feeling filled with emotion in his heart. What the hell? Unanimously external, right? Master Mo Jun, this. Lin Xianxian knew that she was no match for the senior sister Yu Luo, so she could only helplessly look at the man in the distance. Cough cough. Bai Feng cleared his throat, and with a flash, he came between the 3 girls and separated them. Lixu, Xing'er, I have already said many times as a teacher that we came to the 4-Elephant Palace this time not because in order to indulge in pleasure, but to do the right thing, to do great things. Master, Lixu doesn't understand. Feng Lixu turned to the other side, and said with a lonely face, whether it's Lixu or junior sister Xing'er, they were all brought up by you, for you, a master who is like a master like a father, to be able to get back the organs of your body instrument, we sacrifice everything, naturally we should. But is it necessary for you to do something to this strange Princess Chuju? Could it be that? Feng Lixu took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions forcibly, and said in a choked voice, the master Lixu admires is a person who is greedy for beauty by nature, and finding the organs is just a cover. Girl. In the end, maybe I felt the chill in master's eyes. She quickly knelt down and cried, damn Lixu. What Lixu said just now offended master. I beg master to punish you. Lixu, even though it is very painful for you to speculate on the teacher's heart in this way, the teacher is willing to understand you. Forget it. Bai Feng waved his hands dejectedly, and said, you, get up for me first, and then follow me to get to the last layer, it will naturally be clear. Star. You. Get up as a teacher too. Immediately. Okay, okay. Xing'er stopped making trouble. Xing'er was wrong. Whoa. After the cheerful coquettish sound, a petite girl with twin ponytails jumped out. Call. Bai Feng took a deep breath, looked angry and helpless at the little disciple who knew his mistakes but never corrected them. Xing'er, you are also a direct disciple of the Yuluo Palace and the master of the Ghost King in the nascent soul realm, how decent is it? Didn't he lose his identity? Slightly Xing'er doesn't want another identity, in front of master. Sen Xing'er stuck out her tongue playfully, then raised her ponytails with both hands, and said with a smile, Xing'er is a nimble little dog in the mountains. Bai Feng. Wind Lixiu. Lin Xian. Xixiangji Palace, the fourth floor. Different from the previous 3 layers. Perhaps it is located on the ground floor of Xixiangji Palace. The space on the 4th floor is extremely small, and the height of the floor is no more than 2 feet. As a result, Bai Feng and others, standing at the bronze gate of the entrance, looked up, and could clearly see the stimulating and unrestrained erotic murals carved on the conical dome. Damn it, it's really no different from the game. It's a suffocating sense of cramped space. Bai Feng frowned slightly, and then, he came to a place in front of a coffin made of golden clay. Master, what is this? Sen Xing'er asked curiously. This earthen coffin is called the niche of Hutu, and it contains the powerful spirit of Huangtian Hutu. It is the last viscera of the master, spleen phase Huangtian Hutu, which is hidden in it. Bai Feng said without hesitation. Finished. He looked at the resentful son of destiny at the end of the line. Third Highness, you hate this deity so much, today, this deity will give you a chance. While talking, Bai Feng came to the long-haired, curvaceous girl of destiny, held up her stubborn little face and said. Give full play to your strength, use the 9 profound emperor sword in your hand to smash the niche of the back soil and destroy the internal organs of this deity. Believe it? This is what you want to do most right now. Devil, don't touch me. Lin Moer was ashamed and angry in her heart, her pink cheeks flushed, and she scolded angrily, if you are really capable, you can wipe out this prince, Bangong. If you are not capable, then shut up. The reason why Bangong came here is to see you, it's just a joke. Bai Feng was taken aback for a moment, and then, huge waves surged in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to humiliate this proud and arrogant third prince through the female fall pill, and when he fell into despair and collapse, he would greatly reduce his luck, so that he could be completely wiped out in the future. It's like, he designed to make Xiao Chen go crazy, completely crazy. Did not expect. This buddy completely thought about it and reversed his gender perception. This is too heaven-defying. In the original game, the hero of the next day was actually played by himself as a woman. Bai Feng forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. After a while, he recovered his indifference, looked at the woman in front of him, raised his eyebrows and said, Lin Mo, you don't have to provoke this deity. This deity can't obliterate you for the time being. This deity has long been open and honest, and there is nothing to hide. But you need to know one thing. Your sister Xian, she is still standing by your side right now. What the deity cannot do to you, I can do to her. You shameless old devil. You must die. Lin Mo roared tenderly, shaking her head with hatred on her face, and finally got out of the hands of the devil. Although her tone is fierce, there is not much fear and worry in my heart. Yes. Just before entering this 4th floor, Sister Xian had already confirmed her gaze with her. That firm look seemed to be telling her sister that she, Lin Xian, was ready to make all sacrifices in order to trap and kill this monster. That is the case. What else can she say, the queen? After all, for Mu Sheng's plan to subvert Dongtu and eradicate Bai Qingling, she also made a huge sacrifice and completely became a girl. In other words, there is no way out. There is only one way to go to darkness. Bai Qingling. Here is what I say. If you dare to touch a single hair, I and the royal family behind this palace will pay you back 1,000 times in the future. Lin Moer tried her best to put on an angry look, and shouted at the cold and arrogant demon in front of her, if you are afraid, you bastard. Let Xian go immediately. Yes, since my sister has already made up her mind. And what she has to do now is to use the aggressive method to stimulate the devil to take risks and fall into the trap of her younger sister. However, what she never expected was, the devil in front of him has not yet replied. A slap in the face was a slap that spared no effort. Snapped. After a crisp sound. The third princess of Da Chu, who was already extremely weak, was thrown out all of a sudden, with her beautiful legs on all fours, and fell heavily on the niche in the back soil. Sister Lixu, you. Xiao Momo has fallen to this level now, yet you are so cruel to me. You have no heart. Looking at the glamorous woman who raped her, Lin Mo bit her red lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. To know. He didn't cry when he was burned by the white old devil. When he took the female fallen pill and suffered great humiliation, he still forcibly endured it without letting tears fall. But, being bullied so cruelly by this former goddess sister, she finally broke down and shed tears. Pain. This is the ultimate pain in the world. Lin Mo, I told you before. Fen Lixu walked over with a pair of fit and long legs, with a cold expression on her face. I am the eldest disciple of Demon Lord Qingling, no matter who it is, who insults my master, I, Fen Lixu, will not forgive me. Say it. She stretched out an arm, like lifting a chicken, grabbed the hair of the third princess on the clay coffin, and threw it aside heavily. Retire consciously, don't hinder my master's good business. Brother Huang. Lin Xianxian on the side saw it, her heart ached like twists. Of course she wished she could rush over immediately, take this poor brother into her arms, and comfort him. However, she can't do anything. She had to pretend to be indifferent, win the trust of the devil, let him put down all guards, and enter her. Wind and snow. From this moment on, I will give up everything, the memories of the past with you. As long as we get out of the Four Elephants Palace, when we meet again, we will be mortal enemies. This palace will never show mercy. Also, you remember for me. Lin Mo wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and the blood from the corners of her mouth. Her long, disheveled and pitifully beautiful face instantly became murderous. The former Lin Mo is dead. Standing in front of you now is Lin Mo, the Queen of Vengeance from the Great Chu Empire. Every word she said shook the hall. Fen Lixu was slightly startled, wanted to say something, but swallowed it down. At this moment, Mo Junqingling, who was on the side, seemed to be watching the show coldly. My heart was already shaken. He never expected it. Out of a sense of mischief, the evil fallen goo pill that I refined could change the destiny of this man of destiny. Have to. The child of destiny has completely become the daughter of destiny. Then, what changes will this absurd but real little butter world bring about? It's really exciting. But then again, have you heard the name Lin Mo before? He rested his chin on his hands and muttered to himself. At this time, Xing who was sticking to him beside him, said, Master, didn't you give Lin Mo this name before? Huh? Was it taken by the deity? Bai Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and then, another ripple appeared in his heart. Wait. This daughter of destiny has voluntarily accepted the name of the big villain from me, does that mean? At this time, the big disciple Lixu standing in front of the altar of the Hutu looked back at him, and said faintly, Master, it's Lixu. I made a mistake on you, I'm sorry. After saying that, she knelt down with red eyes. Lixu asks Master to respect and punish you severely. It's okay, those who don't know are not guilty, you just question the teacher can understand. Bai Feng sighed softly, and waved his hands in pain, get up. Ah! Sister, could it be that you saw something? Surprised by the transformation of the senior sister, Sen Xing also ran over curiously. It was only then that I discovered that there was a stone tablet embedded on the side of the coffin-shaped huge Hutu niches, on which were written densely packed characters like tadpoles. Hey, senior sister, what word is this? Xing doesn't know any of them. Sensinger tilted her head and looked at her senior sister with a puzzled expression. This seems to be the language of the countries in China. Lin Xianxian also came over, and after scanning her eyes, her cheeks turned red immediately. Ah, it says so. Ouch, you little princess, you're so desperate to be beaten. Don't talk halfway. Sensinger pursed her lips, and said with a resentful expression. What do you kids know? Lin Xianxian covered her cheeks, trying not to look at that pale and handsome face. This is written on it is the method to open the shrine of the Bak's oil. The general content is that it requires male and female monks to practice together to a certain level, and women must be. Speaking of this, the blush on her face spread to the roots of her ears, and she couldn't continue speaking. It's a perfect body, Feng Lixu said suddenly. After finishing speaking, she came to the master's side, gently took the master's arm with a pair of jade hands, and said weakly, so, the master wants to use this great Chu princess. Bai Feng nodded, and looked at Lin Xianxian with a serious face. So, are you, your highness? Yes, 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 yes. As if being favored by the gods, Lin Xianxian's beautiful eyes lit up, and she nodded her head. Xianxian is a perfect body born to help the demon lord. Very good. Bai Feng nodded lightly, and then, concentrating on a single thought, he performed the 9-yi burning heaven art, and summoned a majestic and blazing wall of fire around him. Feeling the terrifying heat wave blowing against our faces, the girls present were shocked. Shocked by the supernatural power of this man, but also curious about what he will do next. Lin Xianxian's beautiful eyes were shining, and her heart was about to jump out of excitement. For this how Sun Flame Wall? Of course she couldn't be more familiar with it. Earlier in the inner cabin of the Black Dragon chariot, the Qingling demon venerable used this wall of fire as a screen to preach and receive karma for her eldest disciple. Not only that, because of the existence of this Haori flame wall, Feng Lixu and Sensinger outside couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. This also added some convenience for her to use the soul-absorbing immortal skill to weaken the man's innate devil energy. The devil in front of him is so impatient that he won't let go of his own disciples, so he naturally belongs to this category. With this in mind, Lin Xianxian no longer has any worries. In front of the devil, his 2 apprentices, and his imperial sister, she took off her clothes, revealing a delicate and flawless girl body like a white wall. Master, wait. On the other side, seeing that his master was silent, he wanted to hold the hand of that princess of Chu and walk into the wall of fire. The elder sister Yuluidian, who has always been strong, couldn't bear it anymore and stopped her. What's wrong? Bai Feng felt bad, and then, looking at the big disciple in front of him with a serious face, he cleared his throat. Lixu, you should know how much you have paid for your teacher's life in order to live forever, and what you are doing at this moment. Everything I do is for this eternal and immortal ambition. No, right now it's about master, whether you can get back your body organs. Lixu dare not obstruct. Lixu just thinks. Feng Lixu hesitated to speak, and then glanced at her junior sister who also looked pained. Lixu just thinks, is there another way? Won't. Bai Feng shook his head and sighed. As you can see, the ancestor of the Hehuan sect who survived the catastrophe and ascended has already engraved the only rule of breaking through the level on the stone tablet on each floor, which shows. Other than that, there is no other way. After Bai Feng finished speaking solemnly, he quickly added. Also, don't ask me how the teacher hid the internal organs in the first place. This involves some secrets, and the teacher will tell you in the future. Well, Lixu won't ask any more. Feng Lixu nodded, and looked at that person again, Lin Xianxian, who raised her red lips, as if she was provoking her, felt even more resentful in her heart. She lowered her head and said with resentment and regret. Master, since that's the case, why did you meet Lixu on the Black Dragon chariot instead of staying here? Are you blaming me as a teacher? Bai Feng frowned slightly, and spoke more emphatically. No. Lixu doesn't dare. Lixu, I don't need to say more. I respectfully see Master retrieve the last organ as soon as possible. Feng Lixu trembled, and quickly stepped aside. Senior sister, we really want to do this, watching Master and that hateful Princess Chu. Sen Senior held her senior sister's hand and said unwillingly. You girl, I'm really ashamed to say shut up, it's the only thing we can do. I just hope that Master will completely treat that woman as a tool in the blood kitchen, and will not have any feelings. Feng Lixu frowned slightly, and pinched her junior sister's face in reproach. Indeed. Before entering the Four-Elephant Pole Palace today, the little junior sister was the most pure and flawless existence in her heart. It stands to reason that at this time, it should be my little junior sister. How could it not be the turn of the foreign princess? Feng Lixu clenched her fists, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and finally, she couldn't help but lightly hit the little junior sister's head with a violent chestnut. Ah! Pain! Pain! Sen Senior was looking at the scene inside the firewall, suddenly felt pain, covered his head and cried, Oh, senior sister, what are you doing? I love the Demon Lord, my female disciples are all sick and delicate. Author, Ji Shi Shui Bao Ao. Chapter 141. Boom. The blazing sun flame wall isolated the entire Hutu shrine, forming a secret inner space. Above the coffin, a man and a woman stand opposite each other. Lin Xianxian looked at the naked, strong, and vigorous demon body in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were dull, her heart beat faster, and she seemed to be insane. Mo Jun, you really don't treat Xianxian as an outsider. After staring at the other party's place for a long time, Lin Xianxian finally turned her gaze to one side, and said with a flushed face. The deity has already said it. This deity has never lied to anyone in his life, let alone a woman. Bai Feng raised his eyebrows, shook his majestic and incomparable face, and walked towards the beautiful little princess who was full of shame. Give it to me. Cough cough, show me. Look. What does Lord Mojun want to see? Lin Xianxian swallowed her saliva, her slightly raised chest undulating slightly. Although she has been mentally prepared for a long time. But this moment when the plan is fulfilled, when it really comes. She found that compared to excitement, and the joy of being about to succeed, she felt more fear in her heart at this moment. Yes. Even if she, Lin Xianxian, had swallowed the infatuation goo, she was almost crazily fascinated by the demon's body. But she is a girl after all, the 9 princesses of the Great Chu with golden branches and jade leaves, and stars holding the moon. When he thought of his delicate and perfect body, he was about to be shaken by this terrifying, ferocious and domineering monster. She couldn't help but feel fear and panic in her heart. Is this really possible? No, no. Leaving Feng Lixu aside, that little girl, Sen Xing'er, is as old as me, and she can accept it. Lin Xianxian, is a disciple of a Taoist Suanv, a descendant of the great Chu royal family. What can't be tolerated? Woolen cloth. He, Sen Xing'er, can accept such things, and I, Lin Xianxian, are 10 times more malleable than her. With this in mind, Lin Xianxian finally ignited a little courage. Under the golden court dress, a pair of straight, white, and tender long legs gradually separated by an arc. However, as the terrifying monster got closer and closer to him, she became panicked and uneasy again in her heart, and cried out in her heart. Master, Master! You only think about your plan to eliminate demons and help the world in your heart, but you never think about how much sacrifice you will have to make to realize this plan. Such a terrifying and ferocious huge monster, not to mention slender, can you, who is a mysterious girl descended from heaven, be able to bear it? Lin Xianxian lowered her beautiful eyes, and tears rolled down her long eyelashes. This is also the first time in her life that she has questioned that lofty saintly master. She is in despair. Suddenly, he smelled a very bewitching and evil smell, instinctively rubbed his tall cayenne nose, and looked forward. I saw the tall and burly body approaching me. The other party's blue veins stretched across it, and the huge and terrifying natal magic weapon was also approaching him. Seeing it, I want to press my lips together. And at the same time, that bewitching evil spirit is getting stronger and stronger. She finally understood. It turns out that the source of this breath is not in other parts of the devil, but in this dragon-like body. Master Mo Jun. If it's just fusion, why is it so? This kind of method may not be acceptable for Xian. Lin Xian glanced to the side, and a trace of extremely complicated emotions flashed in her eyes. Yes, at this moment, for the monster that is about to fling on her noble and white cheeks, she is both afraid and inexplicably looking forward to it. No. Absolutely not. Under Master's instruction, after I came to the Hehuan sect, I got acquainted with some basic classics of male and female co-cultivation. The way of fusion is obviously not like this. So, he's insulting me. Lin Xian was angry, and at the same time, mixed with some shameful sense of immorality. Yes. In the previous years, she never thought of letting any man touch her body. Even if there is, it can only be that childhood sweetheart, senior brother Xiao Chen. Now I have decided to feed the tiger with my body and merge with the devil. I am sorry for the vow of my childhood sweetheart. If you still allow this devil to humiliate you in such a lowly manner, then senior brother Xiao's spirit in the sky may not rest in peace. You have to know that senior brother Xiao acted so gentlemanly in front of me, he didn't even touch my hand. Think about it. The noble little princess has a resolute and unyielding look in her eyes. She was about to grit her teeth and stand up, bravely saying no to the devil in front of her. However, the next moment, call. With the strange and bewitching aura, it suddenly became stronger. Her brain was completely dominated by this force, her beautiful eyes were blurred, her small mouth was slightly opened, and the extremely well-behaved spirit snake came out of her body. She can even imagine how despicable she is now. But there is no way. She can't refuse at all. Good. Well done, Your Highness. Seeing that the other party readily accommodated his magic weapon, Bai Feng nodded in satisfaction, and stretched out his big hand, lovingly comforting the other party's hair. Then, there was a strange sound of hissing and hissing in my ears. Bai Feng felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Due to the relationship between the four internal organs returning to the original, in terms of physical strength alone, he has reached a level that his predecessor, Bai Qingling, cannot match. Although he had just worked together with Xing'er and Lixiu to take out his own lungs. But the powerful source kidney in his body made him almost have no CD. Spread love to the world freely and freely anytime, anywhere. So, now, do you know what this deity wants to see? Bai Feng looked down at the little princess with a broken expression. Xian. Maybe Xian knows. Master Mo Jun, please wait a moment. As if she had a candied haw in her mouth, Lin Xian made an indistinct sound. At the same time, she tried her best to look up with her beautiful eyes, appreciating every trace of blush on the pale cheeks of this big devil. Humph. Miscellaneous fish demon lord. What kind of prestige is he showing off? Isn't he being tamed by this palace? At this moment, with an inexplicable desire to win, the sense of shame in her heart was completely gone. While warming and nurturing the magic weapon more attentively, he tore up the last armor, the Velcro. She knows. This is what this man wants to see. The moment the Velcro slipped off. Laugh. My God. Lin Xian. Your shameful body. You are too shameful. Everything Xianxian did was to avenge you and my sister Huang. Lin Xianxian murmured in her heart and closed her eyes completely. In order to warm and nourish the magic weapon conveniently, she even hung the hair on her forehead over her ears, completely revealing a beautiful flushed face. The demeanor is becoming more and more addicted. Good. Anyway, for her, this is the first time, and it will definitely be the last time. Before killing this big devil, why not make the best use of everything and bully him well? After a while, I also feel sorry for Lixu and Xing'er outside. Bifeng didn't want to make any troubles, so he took out the demon binding rope infused with powerful spiritual power from the storage space. Master Mo Jun, what is this? While wiping her small mouth, Lin Xianxian backed away in fear. She is all too familiar with this thing. When meeting this demon for the first time, he tied himself up all night with this vicious and evil magic rope, but he didn't do anything out of the ordinary to himself. Totally psychopathic. Does he want to score twice? I know what you're thinking. Bifeng waved the magic rope, his eyebrows and eyes were indifferent, and his tone did not fluctuate, but, unfortunately, this deity will not give anyone a chance to sneak in. Say it. Spread your palms. Under the control of his powerful spiritual thoughts, the magic rope spread out spontaneously like a living thing, and flew towards the kneeling little princess. No, do not want. Master Mo Jun. I'm afraid you have misunderstood. Xianxian. Xianxian has absolutely no dissent towards you. At this moment, the fear in Lin Xianxian's eyes reached its peak so far. She was very clear in her heart. As long as she is bound by this middle-grade spiritual treasure demon binding rope, it is impossible for her to cast any spells or supernatural powers. It also includes Master Shizun, who secretly taught her to greatly weaken the demon's soul-draining immortal art. It's over. If it was really discovered by this devil, Master's plan has completely failed. It also means Brother San Huang and no, Sister Wang's sacrifice is all in vain. This moment, countless thoughts flashed through the brain of Princess Nine of Great Chu. Master's sincere entrustment, Queen's favor, and that senior brother Xiao Chen went to Dongtu as an undercover agent, the last gentle smile before parting. Finally, all the pictures are shattered. The scene in front of him was fixed on a deep and indifferent pale handsome face. No. Xianxian, don't carry out this strange plan. Master. Father. Xianxian is afraid. Xianxian wants to go home. Xianxian, I really can't play with this monster. Lin Xianxian roared in her heart, trying to stay away from the man in front of her. However, because her whole body was trapped by the magic rope, she couldn't move at all. Just when she was desperate physically and mentally, and was tangling whether to kill herself, a pair of warm and generous hands descended from the sky, caressing the top of her skull. You, don't be afraid. Bifeng knelt down, stared straight at the girl in front of him with handsome eyes, and said in a rare gentle tone, although I know some of your plots, I am different from your master. This deity has acted openly and aboveboard throughout his life, and he will repay all grievances. If you help the deity take out the last spleen of the main body this time, it will be regarded as equalizing the merits and demerits. In the future, the deity will not embarrass you. If you want to stay or not, it is up to you. While talking, Bifeng closed his eyes slightly, and looked in front of him with a dull expression, like a little princess still in a dream, and stuck to her deeply. After some thick and forgetful postings from the other party, Lin Xianxian's cheeks were flushed, and a girl's heart was about to burst out. This is her first kiss. Even senior brother Xiao Chen never. However, at this moment, she was surprisingly free from any sense of guilt or disgust. Because, in front of me, This big devil who is hated by the master, has countless crimes in the book, and is extremely heinous. He is surprisingly gentle and meticulous when interacting with stickers. Not only is he persuasive, he guides patiently, completely clumsy himself. While comforting himself in a low voice, he held his little hand tightly. She was a different person from the dark and vicious demon lord Qingling in her eyes before. What's more, she has never experienced the tenderness of love between a loving elder and her first lover. Far surpassing what the emperor, master, and that senior brother Xiao Chen brought to him. Master Mo Jun. Is what you just said true? You really know everything and don't hold a grudge against me. After a long silence, Lin Xianxian couldn't help but speak. Her voice was astringent and choked. Bai Feng nodded, and said very seriously. This deity is also known as the Great Demon Lord of Love. The meaning of this is to instill tolerant and passionate love in every person and thing in this world who is not hostile or threatening to the deity, in order to influence them. That. Listening to the man's sincere words, Lin Xianxian was so shocked at the moment that it couldn't be more shocking. She wiped away her tears and asked, Xianxian, which one does it belong to? It poses no threat to you, so do you decide to be tolerant? You are the third type. Bai Feng held up the girl's pretty oval face, and said word by word, Your Highness, the princess is quite similar to an old friend of the deity, but has her own unique charm, so. Well, Mr. Bai admired the princess from the first time he saw it. Hearing this, Lin Xianxian wept with joy as if she had been favored by the gods, and she didn't know what to say. For a long time, she didn't care about the man's talisman, and was about to gradually approach her crotch, and asked again, Is it just for appreciation? Your Highness, the mutual attraction of any pair of souls in this world starts with appreciation. Bai Feng's eyes sparkled with magic, and his voice was magnetic and full of temptation, and if you want to go further, you must have a material fusion. Well, Xianxian got it? At this moment, the little princess had completely let go of her defenses. She put all her hatred and big plans behind her, and obediently nodded to the man with teary eyes. Looking down at the man's increasingly swollen and ferocious monster, he seemed to understand something. Not only that, at this moment, she found that she didn't seem to be afraid anymore. Instead, I think it's a little cute. Seeing that the time was almost up, Bai Feng decided to get back to the topic just in case the two disciples outside couldn't help rushing in. But was stopped by the other party. Master Mo Jun. Just a moment, wait. What's wrong? Xianxian wants to confirm one thing. Lin Xianxian lowered her eyes, summoned up her courage, and asked, Do you really like Xianxian? It's not appreciation. It's like liking. Even if it's only 1/10,000th of your two apprentices, a little bit is enough. I just want to tell Her Royal Highness one thing. Bai Feng said solemnly, just now, the interaction with Her Highness the Princess is the first time for this deity. What? Lin Xianxian's beautiful eyes widened, she was surprised and delighted. Master Mo Jun, is that your first kiss? You can say that. Bai Feng nodded. But, you have already been with Miss Feng and Miss Xin. The little princess thought of something, and her eyes suddenly dimmed. Different. Bai Feng shook his head. I rely on my status as a master, so it's naturally inconvenient to be like Lixu and Xin. Even if the three of you practiced together just now, it's just to get back the internal organs of the body. Really? After hearing this, Lin Xianxian exclaimed, and the ecstasy in her heart reached the extreme of her life. Good. No matter what choice she makes next. In a way, she also won one. She conquered this high and mighty supreme demon. He defeated the powerful senior sister Yuluidian. Okay, so, Your Royal Highness, would you like to help me take out the last internal organs? Lin Xianxian lowered her head, crossed her small hands restlessly, and fell into the final entanglement in her heart. Damn it! I can't be fooled by him. Master said it. This devil is best at playing tricks on people's hearts. Presumably his disciples were bewitched into such a dead-hearted look by him. So, no matter what he said, I just need to treat it as a lie. But, even though I knew he was telling a lie, I still feel so happy. Lin Xianxian covered her face with her hands, completely at a loss. After some inner struggle, she finally recovered her sobriety again. Just as she was thinking about how to use Master's poison timer next, she saw it through the gap between her fingertips. A black shadow came suppressing with the momentum of Mount Tai. I don't know how long it has passed. Your Highness, there is a saying, I don't know if I should ask it or not. Master Mojun, please ask, Xianxian. I will try my best to answer. The fairy vine leg ring on your leg doesn't look like something from the palace. What's the origin? This is a deceitful person named Xiao Chen, who gave me a gift. I thought it looked good, so I kept it. Lord Mojun, you should know him. Of course I do. Master Mojun, are you unhappy? No, this kind of thing will only make the deity more excited. Ah. On the altar of the Hutu, the conversation between the two came to an abrupt end. Soon, it sounded again. Xiao Chen, right? Xiao Chen. Let you randomly collect other people's things. Whoa. Xianxian was wrong. Lord Mojun, please forgive Xianxian. Xiao Chen is trash. It's trash. The Mojun is the most perfect man in the world. At the same time, outside the Haori flame wall, Uluidian Erme observed the movement inside with a complicated expression. Elder sister. You can bear it? Senior can't bear it anymore. It's been so long. Then Lin Xianxian might have done something to Master. Senior is going to protect him. Sen Senior's pretty face was full of anger, and she immediately sacrificed the magic forging pot. But was stopped by the senior sister. Senior, do you think senior sister is not sad? Feng Lixia shook her head, and said with a lonely face, as the master said, he has sacrificed so much in his life to pursue the ultimate road of longevity, and now the 5 viscera are only one step away. You have the heart to stop him, is it? That. Sen Senior was speechless, so she threw herself into the arms of her senior sister, seeking comfort. Just when the two teachers and sisters embraced and comforted each other, a cold female voice came from the side. Humph. Sister Lixu, you are too naive. That old devil Bai is a pervert who is greedy for beauty in his bones. What about retrieving internal organs and reshaping the devil's body? It's all a cover. Only you, a fool, would believe that. This damned devil is obviously coveting the beauty of my slender girl. Lin Moer leaned against a pillar, and said with a look of disgust. Yo, that's strange, Your Highness the third prince, no, the third princess. Feng Lixu walked over with a smile that was not a smile, and looked at the other party coldly. As you said, your slender girl is serving as a sacrifice to retrieve the internal organs for my master, and you, the emperor, are here stand by and watch. Could it be? What other plans do you brothers and sisters have? Hearing this, Lin Moer's delicate body trembled, and she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look directly into the other's eyes. He never expected. Even though she has become the same girl as the other party, she is still completely overwhelmed and suppressed by the aura of this goddess sister. Just when the two confronted each other. Boom! The thermal airflow in the hall suddenly disappeared. The three looked up. I saw that as the surrounding fire walls disappeared, a man and a woman were snuggling up intimately on the altar of the back soil at the end of the hall. So soon, Xianxian will be done. At this moment, Lin Moer's heart thumped, anticipating and surprised at the same time. However, when she looked closely, she found out. The manner in which the younger sister nestled in the arms of the devil was surprisingly cute and docile, like a tamed lamb. Not only that, but she also leaned over and cleaned up for the man. How could this be? Could it be that Xian was also brainwashed by this devil? Lin Moer felt unprecedented fear in her heart. Sister Lixu, who came here together, has volunteered to become the devil's toolman. If his younger sister was brainwashed to instigate rebellion again, Lin Moer would be fighting alone. Just when his heart was shaking and restless. Call out. The men and women in the distance suddenly disappeared. In the void, a domineering and mighty black flood dragon, with a girl in a gorgeous palace dress hugging her belly, landed in front of him in an instant. SHH. The powerful mana surged, and it transformed into a human form along with the black flood dragon. The girl also landed steadily. Master. Feng Lixu and Sen Xing'er at the side rushed towards the tall specter almost at the same time. And the other side. Originally planned to deliberately stage a scene of breaking up family ties with my sister and parting ways, but at this moment, I saw my sister appearing in messy clothes. Lin Moer couldn't help but rushed forward, and hugged her sister tightly. Xian. Are you okay? While shouting, she deliberately moved close to her sister's ear, and lowered her voice, is the plan completed? At this moment, Lin Xiangxian's attention was all on the three masters and apprentices who embraced each other affectionately. Hearing this, she was taken aback for a moment. Then, he shook his head with a desolate expression, and then took out a magic rope. Xian is useless, with this thing, there is no chance at all. What? Failed. Seeing her sister's response, Lin Moer was struck by lightning, took a few steps back, staggered, and lay down on the ground. Third princess, what is this for? You have not witnessed the scene where the 5 internal organs of the deity return to the original state and reshape the peak demon body, so don't rush to sleep. Bai Feng sneered, and generously handed a vermilion box to Lin Xian beside him. Come on, Your Royal Highness. It's up to you to personally install this last organ on this deity spleen phase Emperor Empress Earth. After that, we have to go back to the paradise of paradise and kill all directions. He just finished speaking proudly. The soul suddenly sensed something, and a burst of whiteness appeared in the consciousness. The powerful soul resonance made his current incomparably powerful demon body tremble suddenly, kneeling on his knees. It's the magic sword. It is his magic sword that is calling him. At this moment, with the help of the increasingly strong sword spirit breath, Bai Feng once again visualized the appearance of the magic sword. Not only that. In his mind, for the first time, an extremely strange memory picture appeared. Under the snow all over the sky. A pale-skinned, handsome boy with red eyes shouted sadly at a black-clothed woman who was sitting cross-legged and meditating. Me. Bai Qingling. Stop practicing swords.